class that is going to be coming in today is our junior market lamb class. The first class is our junior market lamb class, and with that, we're going to thank some sponsors as well. We've got a lot of folks that really helped us out in getting things done and getting things prepared for today. So we want to thank all of our sponsors that include a lot of businesses in town. Okay, so we're gonna be running through this list kind of throughout the day, of course, but we want to thank 7 Lazy T, 7 Cattle Company, Alternator and Starter Experts. They're in town here. We've got AMCL General Contracting, Bauer Meats. That's Jason and Jenna Bauer. We want to thank Blue Wave Energy and Bo Alta Farms, along with Burke and Chelsea Hausch. C5 Rodeo and Oldstoberfest. Those are just some of the sponsors that you're going to hear today. But we're going to be kind of getting things rolling here today. So the first class is going to be, of course, our market lambs, and we got some folks that are going to be working with us today. I'm not going to be your official announcer today. Tracy Gardner is on her way. She's going to be stepping in here. When we get into the beef showmanship and confirmation classes, that kind of thing, we've got our beef confirmation judge, who's Rod McLeod. For beef showmanship, grooming, and training, that judge is Raymond Turney. For sheep confirmation and showmanship judge is Merrill Dickey. And our ringmen are going to be Tyson Gardner, Nick Fisher, and Colton Hoagland. Now with that, as our members are coming around here and getting ready to enter for this first class, we'd like to introduce Merrill Dickey. She's kicking around here somewhere. Oh, there he is. Okay. So Merrill has been around animals and farming communities all his life. He grew up on the family grain and cattle farm in Saskatchewan. Then after he graduated, he moved to New Zealand, where he lived for over 20 years. Besides meeting his wife and starting a family in New Zealand, Merrill was a dairy and sheep farmer, livestock buyer, and meat inspector before he returned to Canada and settled in Olds with his family in 2007. Since then, Merrill was the sheep and bison buyer for Sunterra Meats. Before his career changed paths a little, he became a real estate agent. He's licensed in all areas of real estate. Merrill's farming background comes in handy when he's helping clients in rural communities. Now Merrill is the broker owner of Royal LePage Wild Rose Real Estate and oversees their offices in Olds, Didsbury, Sundre, and Drumheller. So how about a big round of applause for Merrill Dickey for coming out here and helping us out today. So we're just going to give a little bit of time for some more of our members to show up here, and we'll announce them as they make their way into the ring. Now we want to, of course, you'll notice we have 2 show rings set up today. This is kind of a new idea that our club came up with so that we could move through our show a little bit quicker and allow our day to progress a little bit quicker, which is kind of nice. But we're going to have our sheep show ring over here that's just got the chains on it. Of course, these members can handle these sheep pretty well. And then we're going to have our beef show ring over here. And if anybody is looking for programs, there should be programs on tables back here or back over here where you can grab a program and kind of see who all is involved in everything that's happening here today. And we want to thank Olds Import Sales Limited. They are the sponsor for this first class of junior market lambs. You know, we, as a club large, we've got 63 members in our club this year. And as a large club, it really helps with all the great sponsors. And you're seeing a lot of their signage that's around this ring today. They really do help us out. They donate their time, their money, and their energy to allow our kids to be successful with any one of these projects that we're working on. So what you're going to see in the show ring today is a lot of sheep classes and a lot of beef classes. We also have a small engines portion to this club, which you can go back in the barns there and you can see some some information on all the projects that some of our members have been working on in the small engines portion. We also have an equine project, and there's lots of nice pictures of all the activities that those horse members undertook throughout this year. And we also have an outdoor ed club, which has been a lot of fun. They've done a lot of great activities and gotten these kids out and doing a lot of new things, anything from kayaking to hiking and biking and snowshoeing and outdoor survival, all that kind of stuff. So it's been a really fun year with all of these projects in our club, and our members have definitely learned a lot over this year. And you'll notice we've got some other technology up here. We've got DLMS is actually operating for our sale today. So anybody that is not able to be present here today to bid on anything this evening, you can actually access it through DLMS. So we are going to start with our first class of junior market lambs. Coming into the ring is number 220, Cassidy Wood. Number 202, Ashton Carew. Number 219, Georgia Farr. Number 208, Cassidy Finnegan. Number 215, Annalise Hamill. Number 207, Macy Farr. Number 213, Emma Crease. Number 203, Rowan Piver. Number 204, Carson Wood. Number 205, Nathan Bloom. And rounding out the class is number 218, Peyton Seibold. So we'll let these members get to showing off their market lambs and allow Merrill to do his thing. And you'll also notice as these members are showcasing their sheep, we've got Peyton Verbonic out there as our ring person today, helping out with our sheep classes. As our sheet members are showing, we want to continue to thank some of our sponsors for today, including Plains Midstream. They're going to be supplying lunch for all of our members today as they've been working hard through the day. We want to thank Rocky Mountain Equipment, along with Techmation Electric and Controls, Mountain View County, Tycal Inspection Services, Loyal Energy, Westview Co-op, who's going to be providing some of the food for you this evening, Kodiak Barbecue Catering, and CNC Quality Meats. These are our platinum level sponsors. These are the ones that are really putting a lot of effort into our members and really helping our club succeed this year. And as we start off with this first class of market lambs, we want to thank our sheep leaders, who includes Aaron Seibold and Monica Rosenke. They have been guiding these members throughout the year in order to help them get to this point in the show and be able to showcase our members' efforts today. So with this class of junior members, all of these kids are anywhere from the ages of 9 to 11 years old. And they've all gotten their lambs and been working hard with them over the last several months to get them halter broke, get them fed up, and looking good for everybody in here today.
We have a really, really big class of lambs here, which is really nice to see. I'm going to start down at the other end here, and this one here is just not quite got enough finish on it for a market lamb. It's a nice looking little lamb. I think it might be some Charlet in there, but it's just not quite finished for the market lamb competition. And same with the next one up the line. It's led by a little girl, said she broke her arm a few weeks ago, and it's just lacking a little bit of finish on it. This one here, I had it further up the line, but I feel it's better here. The one area that I feel this lamb is missing is in the back legs. It's not quite got enough meat and stuff like that in the back legs. Going up the line, again, we have a lamb that's just not quite finished enough. It's close, but it's not quite there. This one here, again, the same thing. It's close to being finished, ready for the butcher, but it's not quite ready. And then we're starting to get into the better finished lambs. This one here, it's just, in my opinion, the feet aren't quite strong enough for it, but it's a good lamb. And then we have the Suffolk, and it's a solid lamb. Again, it's just a little.
In Seibold. In second place, 207 Macy Farr, and they will be joining us in our Market Lamb Club Championship 2 classes from now. Number 3 is 220, Cassidy Wood. Number 4 is 215, Annalise Hamill. Number 5 is 208, Cassidy Finnegan. Number 6 is 204, Carson Wood. Number 7 is 203, Rowan Piver. Number 8 is 205, Nathan Bloom. Number 9 is 213, Emma Crease. Number 10 is 202, Ashton Carew. And rounding out the class, number 219, Georgia Farr. Thanks to our first class of junior market lambs. And with that, we're going to head on to class number 2. This is our intermediate and senior members that are also showing market lambs today. Entering the ring, we have number 304, Warren Bloom. Number 301, Callie Crease. Number 309, Logan Finnegan. Number 305, Indy Warenga. Number 314, Avery Warenga. And number 303, Emily Wood. And as these members get settled into their class, we want to continue to thank our sponsors for our show and sale today. And a gold level sponsor, these sponsors also donated a lot of their dollars and time and energy to help our members succeed today. Those sponsors include Canadian Transport Trailer, Combined Fabrication, Anderson Bread Heifers, First Choice Sausage and Meats, Utility Safety Partners, Diamond Tea Land and Livestock, Orich Transport, 3X Cattle, Northern Light Acres, Bandit Equipment Rentals, and Frayed Knot. Those are our gold level sponsors for today. Thank you to our sponsors. You'll notice some other folks helping us out today as well, including our show marshals, who are Brett Marshall and Davis Gottenboss. You'll also see a livestock photographer out there, Jordan Buba and London Matthews. They're capturing today's events for all of our members, and you'll be sure to see some of these photos on Facebook and other social medias. And for those of you that might be following online, we are live streaming today's event as well. So if you've got parents or grandparents that weren't able to make it here today, be sure to let them know that they can live stream this on DLMS.
Early in the driving rain, found John's out hitting on the liquor again. It wasn't too late, about 10:30 when he let loose what the cat dragged in. It was a Sunday. And then morning came in, morning when he tried to make me pay the rent. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding.
And anybody that's needing a drink of coffee or some iced tea or anything, we do have a refreshment booth over by the exit door over there. So feel free to help yourself throughout the day as you're watching our members show. And again, feel free to tour through those barns and really go and chat with these members and let them tell you about their projects this year.
Well, I spent some time in a backwoods town, ain't nothing to do 'cause there's nothing around. Deputy sheriff ran around the block, but the streets are empty and the doors are locked. I've been alone. And that preacher there, King rang my bell, told me a little about heaven and a lot about hell. Said I ain't got no money for you, can I pay my way with these dancing shoes? Thought I was kidding. I was not kidding. For the what you owe me. I can't count on anymore till the angels come and knock in on our door. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. Woo! The world outside is mad and cold. You don't grow up, you just grow old. Soon it's over, so they say. But God Almighty, till that day, we'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house. We'll be burning down the house, tear it to the ground, burn it up, tear it down, burning down the house.
And folks, with that, we're going to have comments from our official Merle Dickey on this class number 2 market lambs from intermediates and seniors. Just one sec, folks. We're just doing some amazing technical advancements to increase our overall MC system. So just give us a second. While we're doing that, I just wanted to thank all of the parents for bringing these kids in such a rested, happy format. I mean, Achievement Day is all about having happy-go-lucky and really exciting young kids to showcase their achievements for the year. So with that, I think we're ready to go with our judge, Merle Dickey.
Okay, now we can talk. Okay, down here in the end, we have a lamb that is only 74 pounds, and it's not quite finished, and that's why it's down here in the end. It is a market lamb competition, so it's a very nice little lamb, but it's not quite finished for this competition. Same with this next lamb. It needs a little bit more finishing as well, and it's just not quite there, but it's getting close. Now, we have an interesting situation here. We got apparently twin lambs, if I got it right. I'm trying to figure out which is the better of the two, so it could go either way. I had them switched at one stage, I switched them. They're both very, very good lambs. They're going to be very good. Up here we got a very good lamb as well.
Congratulations to our members from class number 2, and advancing to the championship class is Emily Wood with her homegrown Charlet Cross entry 303. Emily will be advancing to our club championship class, and joining her, entry number 309, Logan Finnegan with his Suffolk Cross. Third in class, entry 305, Indy Waranga with her Suffolk. Fourth in class, entry 314, Avery Waranga with her Suffolk. Fifth in class, entry 304, Warren Bloom with his homegrown Suffolk Cross. And sixth place, entry 301, Callie Crease with her Southdown Cross Market Lamb. So congratulations, and thank you to Richardson Brothers, our official sponsor for our intermediate and senior Market Lamb class. So folks, next up we're going to have the top 2 from class number 1, the juniors, and the top 2 from our Market Lambs in class number 2.
I wake up in the morning to whistles and bells. The city's got its stories to tell. Voices lift easy, they come out like the ocean swells. Tonight I'm looking far past a bottle in my hand.
So to reintroduce you to your class winner from the junior division, entry 218 from Peyton Seibold with her Valet Cross homegrown Market Lamb. And second in that class, Macy Farr with her Charlet Cross, entry 207. Now, of course, our ringman has our lineup as our top 2, our first from our first class and our first from our second class. So that first from our second class, entry 303, Emily Wood with her Charlet Cross homegrown. And then our second place from the second split, Logan Finnegan, entry 309 with his Suffolk Cross. So our official judge, Merle Dickey, has an opportunity to declare what will be your Market Lamb Club champion. At the determination of our champion lamb, we will declare a best homegrown Market Lamb, and that is brought to you by Transcon Livestock.
your tracks, love. I wish that I am your last love. The dream comes to me like a memory, and I rise above, and I rise above once again. Johnny went out walking and he hitched for a ride. He came across a pretty girl who took him inside. Johnny asked the pretty girl if he could take her hand. She became his wife and they bought a piece of land. They raised up a family and they raised up the wood. They built their first cottage and it held like it should. Johnny told the pretty girl, darling, I love you so. She looked back at Johnny and said, Johnny boy, I know, I know. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have comments from Merle Dickey on his championship lineup here in our Eagle Club Sheep Show.
Johnny went out one day with a shotgun by his side. His family, they didn't trust him to keep him all alive. He stumbled upon a black bear and knocked down his gun. Johnny couldn't reach it, so he fixed up to run. The bear caught up to Johnny, knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought of his little girl and he beat that bear down. Well, the moral of the story, if there's a woman by his side, there's nothing that a man won't do.
So congratulations. Our two intermediates are going to be Emily from our intermediate is going to be our club champion, Market Lamb, entry 303, her Charlet Cross, and she will also take home the Best Homegrown Championship Award by Transcon Livestock. So again, thank you to Mountain View County and First Choice Sausage and Meats for the presentation of her champion Market Lamb buckle and banner. Also, congratulations to Peyton Seibold with her Valet Cross is our reserve grand champion Market Lamb, receiving the buckle from Westview Co-op and Fred and Bonita Bay. So congratulations to our two girls on taking home our club champion Market Lamb here in the Eagle Show. Congratulations to our intermediate Emily Wood as champion, and reserve goes to Peyton Seibold, entry 218. And I think what will happen is our top two will get some pictures. Nope. Not sure.
Tell me, pretty lady, now if you don't give, did you ever really think, did you ever really feel that this was something we'd both show? Was it something we could know? Tell me, little darling, what you don't find. Did you ever really think, did you ever really try to give me all of you to know? Or did you just let go? What do you want from me? Honey, I can't even breathe. Tell me if I found what you can.
And with that, we're moving right into class number 4. This is our Breeding Ewe Lamb class. There are 3 entries in this class for Judge Merle Dickey. 3 entries in our juniors exhibiting breeding ewe lambs.
If I could change, I would, but I find I'm at a loss for words. And even when they come, it hurts. What do you want from me?
So if you're ringside, you can see some action happening over in our beef ring. And we are just a few minutes delayed here, but I think we're getting very close to having our first class of steers coming into the ring. No. We also have some pretty amazing official photographers for today. I see local youth rock star London Matthews in the ring taking some pictures. Thank you, London, for coming and capturing some of these special moments. I think Abby Iverson was out back, and maybe Jordy's around too. So make sure you take a moment and capture those opportunities with our official photographers. Nobody can take pictures like these gals. Honestly, they are super talented. And while we're waiting for our official Merle Dickey in the sheep ring to give comments on his first split of breeding ewes, we are excited to welcome our first split of junior steers. These are our junior steers in the lightweight division. For our judge, Rod McLeod, we have 5 entries in this class, 5 entries. Our weight range in the junior lightweight division is 1387 to 1489. We also want to take a moment to thank our ringman for today over in the sheep ring. Just an outstanding 4-H'er from West Carstairs 4-H Club. We want to thank Peyton Verbonic for being here in the sheep ring. And then we also want to thank Nick Fisher and Tyson Gardner as our ringmen over on the beef ring. And with that, folks, we're going to have comments on his first split of breeding ewe lambs from our judge, Merle Dickey.
These are all very nice. Third place, maybe a little smaller ewe. Doesn't quite have the back end that the number one, number two. It's for its breed. It's a Rambouillet. You can see when it walks a little differently, but that's Rambouillet, and it's actually for a Rambouillet, it's actually pretty good. And then we have the Charolais obviously in the front. The Charolais will yield for sure a lot better lamb going forward, a lot heavier carcass. The Rambouillet in second place is more crossbred, due for crossbreeding with, but we definitely have a very nice lamb in first place. The carcass yield on this lamb will be quite high. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge Dickey. So moving off in first place, our entry Cassidy Wood with her Charolais Cross ewe lamb, entry 220. And second in class went to entry number 203, Rowan Pivert with her Rambouillet Cross. And third in class, entry 218, Peyton Seibold with her Valet Cross. So Cassidy and Rowan will be advancing to our championship breeding ewe lamb class after class number 5. So next into the ring will be our intermediate and seniors. For Judge Dickey, there will be 3 ewe lambs in this class, 3 for class number 5. So just a reminder to anyone that is watching here in the Megadome, thank you for being here for the Eagle 4-H Multi-Club Achievement Day. We also want to thank DLMS, and Carter Wood is here as our official broadcaster for the show. And of course, DLMS is no stranger to Olds Regional Exhibition, as they have broadcast most of our youth events. And so we really appreciate the contribution from Mark and Joanne Sholigan, and thank them for bringing our local 4-H club live to the nation, so everyone can watch these amazing young people. And over in our beef ring, we're excited to have our official judge, Rod McLeod. And of course, Rod, along with his wife April, who's in the crowd today, own and operate McLeod Livestock just outside of Cochrane, one of the most winning Charolais operations. Sorry, folks, we just had an interruption to make sure our lamb was caught. Over in the beef ring, again, we want to thank Rod McLeod. There is probably no family who has shown and exhibited more champions nationally and internationally here in our fraternity. And of course, one of the most successful bull sales happens right here at Olds Regional Exhibition. Rod, of course, has 2 young kids that are proving their value in the industry as well. Very entrepreneurial minded folks. So again, we are just super excited to have Rod McLeod as your official judge for the beef show. 2 reminders for all of our beef show kids. It is mandatory, 2 mandatory things. Number 1, each one of these steers needs to make sure once you are done in your class that you venture to the east end of the Megadome and get your official photo down with Jordy Buba, one of the official photographers. It's essential that you do that. And the reason why, of course, as we all know, is that is the photo that goes on the appreciation plaques for the steer sale tonight. Also, our official grooming, training, and showmanship judge will be providing those that advance in showmanship at the end of each class. So if the kids don't catch those numbers, maybe their parents and family can. We will be announcing those at the completion of the comments and reasons in each class. So, folks, we're excited to have comments on this first split from our judge, Rod McLeod.
Then we come down to our third place steer here, and a steer that, granted, extremely long-bodied. He's got good weight condition to him. Just when you handle him in his finish and his condition, he just doesn't handle like those first two steers do in this division or in this class. A steer that could ultimately use a little bit more cover on his rib, but you got to really like the positives on this steer in regards to his length of body and clean cut in his makeup, carries adequate thickness, and this lady's done a really nice job with him. Then we come down to our fourth place steer for our young gentleman here. And we come to a Simmental steer that he has a little bit more waist to his components and his makeup. A steer that weighs up good, has lots of length of body, but just doesn't compare to those soft top three steers. Then we come to a steer in fifth place, this young lady, a steer that's got adequate finish to him. Unfortunately, his carcass characteristics are not as appealing as our steers up in the first class. Excellent class to start with.
Thank you, Judge McLeod. So advancing to our junior championship is entry number 214, Callan Gardner with her 1,489-pound Angus calf. And second in class, entry 201, Blake Fisk with her Charolais Influence 1,387-pound steer. Third in class, entry 210, Jaden McQuaid. Fourth in class, entry 206, Tate Pipke. And fifth in class, entry 216, Clara Smith. Advancing in our showmanship is entry 201, 210, and 214. That's showmanship 201, 210, and 214. In grooming, advancing entry 201 and 214. And with that, folks, we'll have comments now on our second split of breeding ewe lambs, class number 5 from Judge Merle Dickey. Congratulations to our first place breeding ewe lamb from the intermediate and senior division. That is the entry from Maya Rosinski with her North Country Chevy at entry 411. Second in class, Charolais Cross from Emily Wood. That's entry 303. And of course, those two ladies have advanced to our championship, which is our next class, class number 6. And third in that class of breeding ewe lambs is entry 304 from Warren Bloom with his Southdown Influence. So class number 6 is next in our sheep ring. That is our top 2 from our class number 4 and class number 5. And we are ready for them to make their way into the sheep ring, and we'll reintroduce you to those. First place from our first class, the entry from Cassidy Wood, entry 220. And then our first place winner out of our second split, Maya Rosinski with her North Country Chevy at entry 411. Second place from our first split is Rowan Piver with entry 203, her Rambouillet Influence. And second in class from our second split, Emily Wood with entry 303 and her Charolais Cross. Our Judge Merle Dickey will take a few moments to declare what will be his Breeding Ewe Club Championship. And this class is sponsored by Bowden Egg Society. So thank you to Bowden Egg Society for their contribution to the Breeding Ewe Lamb Club Championship. Over here in our beef ring for Judge Rod McLeod, we have class number 16. This is our juniors exhibiting heavyweight steers. There are 5 entries in this class, and for Judge Rod, the weight range here is 1,576 to 1,605. 1,576 to 1,605. If you're following along on DLMS and you don't have sound and you're trying to listen to the judges' comments, maybe just double check that your speakers are on, that nothing's muted, or you can exit out, refresh, and log back in. And with that, folks, I think we're ready to have comments from our official judge over in the sheep ring, Merle Dickey. This is our Breeding U Club Championship class, class number 6.
In number 4, we got a Charolais lamb here. It's a very good lamb for its breed. It's a very good lamb. It's a little bit shorter and stouter than I thought than the one in number 2. In second place. In number 3 for the breed of the lamb, it's a very, it's quality for what it is for the breed of the lamb. Okay, now we have the tight top 2. The only reason I'm giving number 1 the benefit of the doubt over number 2 is number 2 falls off a little bit more on the tail end than number 1, and that's the only reason. It's number 1 is just a little bit longer and straighter carcass than number 2, and that's the only reason. Thank you very, very much, guys.
Thank you, Judge Dickey. So your champion Breeding U lamb goes to the entry from Maya Rosinki. That's entry 411. And 411 is a North Country Cheviot ewe lamb. She's taking home the Breeding U Club Championship. And reserve Breeding U champion is the entry from Cassidy Wood, entry 220 from our junior division with her Charolais Cross ewe lamb. Again, congratulations to Maya and Cassidy and receiving some swag by Bowden Ag Society. Next class in the sheep ring is going to be class number 7. This will be the yearling breeding ewes. So we will combine our juniors and seniors into this class. This is our yearling breeding ewes. For Judge Merle Dickey, there should be 5 entries in this class, class number 7. We're ready to go over in our class number 7. If we can have our first entry make their way. Class number 7 are breeding ewes to our judge, Merle Dickey. There will be 5 entries in this class. And with that, we're going to have comments on our second split of junior steers, our heavyweights, from Judge Rod McLeod.
Well, first of all, I want you guys to give these kids a round of applause, because, boy, I'll tell you what, this is a pretty deep set of steers here. There's only 5 steers out here, but my Lord, the quality of this group of steers that these young members have brought to us is exceptional. And I'm sure everyone's going to have different opinions of how I could have sorted them here today, and I guess I'm gonna revert back a little bit. We were in the slaughter business for just about 20 years, and sometimes it just changes your mind a little bit on certain individuals when you get into them, when you look at the economics of these steers. And as far as I'm concerned, we've got lots of juniors. They go out and participate in lots of junior shows and have fun with their projects. And but when it's all said and done, it boils down to the economics. And the 4-H is the thing that really needs to teach these kids the true economics of raising these cattle. And we've got just some slight differences that when you start to analyze them, that's what separates them, because we've only got a few pounds difference in these cattle as far as their live weight. So when I revert to taking a look at these cattle and say, well, once we take the hide off them and put them up onto the rail, which one is going to make the kids the most money? And then, as someone that was involved in the slaughter industry, which one is going to produce the most saleable cuts for the maximum return? And I think this red steer that we've got up front here, he does it in spades. The length of body of this calf is exceptional. And if you're in the slaughter business, my rule of thumb is, the way now, is that for every inch of extra length, it's $45. If you're cutting more steaks, all of your primal cuts come out of all that top end. And that's where that calf is getting all of that big pay weight from. And so all of that real top end, if I can cut an extra 2 T-bone steaks out of a calf like this, he's got tremendous more value to him, because that's the most expensive cuts on the whole animal. But then when I look at this calf and I analyze him even more, if you take a look at the lean meat yield on this calf, the muscle that he carries down that lower quarter, the way that this carcass is going to hang up, he is a superior individual in this class. You're going to get a substantial amount more of red meat to produce off this carcass than anything else in the class. So every time that I can find an extra pound of red meat, which is muscle, you're gonna take and you're gonna sell that for $6 or $7 a pound minimum. And this calf will produce substantially more red meat when it's all said and done. So he's a calf that when you really start to analyze, he does come to the top of the class fairly easily. We got a really, really good black steer here in second place. This calf, when you analyze him and you handle him, very good cover on this calf. He'll be a very good eating experience for whoever buys him. But when you just start to analyze him on just the little things, the length of body, the length of spine is a huge element in regards to why the red calf is above him. Because otherwise, like this calf here, you know, he doesn't carry down quite as good in his lower quarter as the red calf does. But this calf, he's got lots of positives to him. He's clean made. There's not a lot of waste on this calf. He handles really good. He's got a really good cover to him, and he's gonna sure supply some superior beef products. He just won't supply as many as the calf that's up in front of him. Then we come down to our third place calf here, and young man, you've got a really good one there. It's just you run into a couple buzzsaws above you here today. This calf here, he really handles good. Good length of body. He carries down in his quarter good. When you just think about the dressing percentage of this steer, unfortunately, he'll have probably a 1 to 2% difference in dressing percentage versus the probably a 2 to 3% versus the steer that's in first place. And when you've got these calves that are weighing up to 1,600 pounds here, and you figure it out, you know, and you get that extra dressing percentage, you know, the calf up at the top of the class is probably going to have a carcass weight of 45 to 50 pounds more than this calf here. You get that length, that depth of body and stuff, and I know a lot of people that, you know, well, geez, it's eye appealing, but there's not no pay weight down low in that calf in comparison to the scopiness of that calf up in first place, but extremely good calf that's in third place. Then we come to our Charcross calf here in fourth place here, and in comparison to the other ones, even though he's a heavyweight, he's probably not at 12 o'clock yet today. He still could go a little bit further in order to get a little bit more cover on those ribs, and he could still maximize, you know, more meat production in him than he is today, even though that he's a big heavyweight steer. Then we come down to our steer here in fifth place, a calf that just in a really, really tough class, a really good individual in his own right. He does have adequate covering on his ribs, just doesn't have the yield that the calves in the top of the class do. But exceptional group of steers. Give them another round of applause. This is a good bunch.
Well, thank you, Judge Rod McLeod, and some great comments there for the kids to learn about our carcass industry. So moving off in first place and advancing to our championship junior steer class. So don't go too far, Chet, because you're coming back in. That is the entry from Chet Simpson, his homegrown Simmental influenced steer, entry 209. Second in class and also advancing to our championship final, entry 211, Hiller Gardner. Third in class, entry 217, another homegrown calf from Colton Sandy. Fourth in class, Maddie Black with her Charlet influence, entry 212. And fifth in class, Brock Orich with entry 221. Advancing in showmanship in our class number 16 is entry 209, 211, 212, and 217. Again, advancing 209, 211, 212, and 217 in showmanship, and in grooming, advancing entry 209 and 211. Entry 209 and 211. So our next class here in the beef ring will be class number 17, our championship junior steer. But I believe we are you ready for comments, Peyton, in there, or is he still working? Working? Okay. We're going to give the sheep class just a few more minutes as our Judge Merle Dickey is evaluating a class of 7 yearling breeding ewes. Over here in our beef ring, We'll reintroduce you to our class winner from our first split, entry 214. This is Callan Gardner. And second in class, entry 201, Blake Fisk, were our top two from our lightweight division. And class number 16. I think one thing that our folks have to know is that having our sheep and beef rings together is absolutely awesome. But oftentimes our beef cattle might be a tick unaware of what's happening in the ring. So we'll just make a few little adjustments. But while Rod takes a minute to deliberate on his junior championship steer, we'll have comments on our class number 7, yearling breeding ewes.
Thank you. Okay, in fifth place we got the little team here at number 1. This is her lamb for this year. She's still actually feeding it. I think they said born in March 18th. So doing a good job. And this one here, we're going to go in fourth place. She's still feeding this lamb as well, and it was born a little bit, I can't remember the exact date, February 18th. So it's a month older, and it just shows a little bit better in the size. Down here, we're going to go down to this lamb, this ewe here. These lambs are born just on Christmas, so she's weaned them, and she's regaining her condition. She's doing well. Okay, now we have 2 lots of ewes here. This one here, I'm going to go for second place only because she's got 2 lambs, and they were born on the 7th of March, I think it was, 2nd of March. And yep, she's still feeding these 2 lambs and doing very well, and the condition on the ewe is holding really well, so she's not scared of the feed trough. Now, way down here we have an awesome looking little ewe that's actually feeding 3 lambs, and they're 7th of March, I think they said they were born, or 5th of March. So they're 3 days younger than the group in second place. So, and she's still feeding them, and look at the condition, look at the lambs. She's weaning a whole lot of weight, whole lot of money. Well done, thank you.
So congratulations to our champion is entry number 220, Cassidy Wood, with her Charlet Influence yearling breeding ewe. So that's your first place, entry 220, Cassidy Wood. And joining her and advancing to the Club Championship breeding ewe class, entry number 303, Emily Wood, with her Charlet Cross yearling ewe. Third in class, entry 205, Nathan Bloom, with his Suffolk Katahdin Cheviot Cross. Fourth in class, Peyton Seibold, with her Valet Arcot. And fifth in class, entry 203, Rowan Piver, with her Rambouillet Cross. So again, congratulations to Cassidy and Emily as they advance into our championship class. And our next class is class number 8. And we're going to give a little bit of time for our breeding ewe division because there is a crossover for some members. Okay, so mature class is ready to go. So Judge Merle Dickey, we have 3 entries in this class, 3 entries in our mature breeding ewe. And while we wait for our class number 8 to come into the sheep ring, we'll have comments from Judge Rod McLeod on his Club Champion Junior Steer.
Well, these juniors are sure doing a really good job. It's going to be interesting to see how the intermediates and the seniors hold up against this really good group of young kids that's done an excellent job of feeding this group of steers. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody. That's a nice set. I think when you see these cattle that are when they stand broadside to you, and if you take a look at meat production, I think it sorts itself out pretty easy. We have to remember that when we hang these steers up, we need to get the maximum amount of poundage per hook that we put up. It doesn't cost any more to process a larger animal than it does a smaller one, but yet the net yield for the number of cattle processed is significantly different. When you handle all 4 of these steers, they've all got really good cover. They're all going to be real good eating experiences. If you're looking for something to put in your freezer, you know, these 4 steers have it in spades. But there's a couple individuals that, in my mind, come to the top here today, and I'll go ahead and pick you your junior champion and reserve junior champion.
Congratulations, Chet Simpson. Entry 209 is your junior club champion steer. Congratulations to Chet. And they are buddies outside the ring, buddies in the ring. Congratulations to Hiller Gardner, entry 211. He is going to be your reserve junior club champion steer. Congratulations to Chet and Hiller. They will be advancing on into the overall club champion steer. But ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's put our hands together for our juniors. What a division. This junior steer class was sponsored by the Pipke family. So thank you once again to the Pipke family for their sponsorship of the club champion junior steer. Just a reminder to all of our members that you must get a picture taken with your steers down at the east end of the Megadome stalling area with our official photographer, Jordy Booba. So make sure if you haven't already that you do so. Get your official photo. I also wanted to pay tribute to someone in the stands who is probably one of the most supportive of agriculture producers in the area, and a dear friend of ours. And Darren at UFA is just an awesome guy. Darren, thank you so much for sitting through our show and supporting our youth. UFA gives like none other. So let's put our hands together for UFA and Darren here representing. Our 4-H parents are just taking a moment to put our banners up in maybe a different strategic way. This might help some of the steers line up so that our guests in the stands can see them and provide less potential nervousness with the sheep. So I'll just say to the sheep families, do the sheep ever get nervous around beef? No. Is that why sheep rock? Yes. Yeah? Hey ladies, how many men does it take to put banners up? And with that, we're ready for comments in our sheep ring. Merle Dickey, our official judge.
Okay, we're going to start. They're lined up in the way we're going to place them. So down here we got in third at a single, so the chance of maybe getting twins out of her is a little less than up the line. The ewe in second place, these lambs are actually really young. They're under 2 months old. And she is a twin. She's given you twins, which is looking pretty solid. At the top end, we do have a ewe that was a twin, and she's weaned a nice solid lamb. And she's a good solid ewe. So that's the way I'm going to place these today, first, second, and third. Thank you.
Thank you. So your champion in the class number 8 mature breeding ewe goes to entry number 309, Cassidy Wood with her Charlet Cross. Second, entry 305 with her Suffolk breeding ewe, that's Indy Waranga. And third, entry 304, Emily Wood with her Charlet Cross. So you know, folks, that leads us to our breeding ewe club championship class next. That's class number 9, and we'll reintroduce you to a few of those from our 3 divisions. But I think we're going to take just a wee bit of a break in the sheep show and provide an opportunity for some of our sheep members that have steers to come over into the steer ring. So stay tuned. Over in our beef ring, this is class number 18. This is our intermediate lightweight steers for Judge Rod McLeod. Our weight range in this class is 1305 to 1373. 5 entries. Judge McLeod, your class is complete. So I have a little story to tell you as I'm looking across the way and I see Ken and Sheila McDermott. And so I have to tell you guys that it was 1989, which was my very first year in 4-H. I was old. I didn't start when I was 10, which at that time was the minimum age. And our very first weigh-in was at Ken and Sheila McDermott's house. And so Ken and Sheila, I don't know if you guys have missed a year, because in the ring, in several classes, will be grandkids of Ken and Sheila's. And so I am the same age as their kids. And so to see the 4-H family and generations continue is just quite extraordinary. So it's great to see you, Ken and Sheila. Okay, guys, we are ready over in our sheep ring, and what a support the Eagle 4-H Beef Club has with all the members coming over to help. So we're going to reintroduce you to our club champion ewe lamb as they make their way into the ring, followed by our yearling ewe and mature ewe. If you're following along in the show program, please make sure that you mark advancing in showmanship 201, 214, 210, 209, 211, 212, and 217. All right, folks, over in our sheep ring, our club champion, ewe lamb, was the entry from Maya Rosinki, entry 411. And our reserve champion, ewe lamb, was entry 220 from Cassidy Wood. Then came the yearling division, and we congratulate our champion, entry 220 from Cassidy Wood, and our reserve champion yearling ewe from Emily Wood, entry 303. And in the most recent class, our mature breeding ewe, class number 8, our champion was Cassidy Wood. And our reserve breeding ewe champion, entry 305 from Indy Waranga. So our judge, Merle Dickey, is going to have the opportunity to take a peek at his top 6 females in our club champion breeding ewe division.
Well, we've got an interesting class here to start out our intermediate division, and we got an individual that really comes to the top of the class quite easily. This white steer, when you get a hold of him, he's one of the best conditioned steers that I've laid my hands on all day. The one thing that if you could change this steer, if I could take and make him 20% bigger, he gets more close to the ideal of what we want. But as far as an eating experience, this one's really good. He's big topped. He's got tons of muscle through his quarter. He's very clean in his makeup. There's very little waste. Extremely high yielding steer. I'm going to guess that this one, when you hang him up, he's going to do 63%, and he'll make a lot of money for this young man. And then as far as the meat production side of him, I think the lean meat yield on this steer is easily the best in the class by a considerable amount. This steer, like I said, he comes to the top of the class quite easily. Then we get into some picking and choosing between the next 4 steers. The red steer here, he handles really nice. He doesn't handle as good as the top steer, but he still has a nice covering to him. Just when you start to analyze him a little bit, we've got a little bit more waste on this steer. We don't have as much natural muscling as we do with the white steer, but a steer that still an excellent project for this young lady. We come down into the steer in 3rd place here, and we got a steer that starting to stiffen up in his front end a little bit in his structure on that front. But when you get your hands on him, he doesn't handle in the cover like the top 2 steers do. Really long-bodied steer, going to have some nice cuts to him. Just doesn't have the overall muscling that we have in our top 2 steers. Then we come down to the 4th place steer for this young lady here, and a steer that has adequate finish to him. But when you start analyzing him as far as his muscle pattern and the amount of he doesn't have the thickness or the muscle that our cattle do in the top, and muscle is our end product of meat production, and so unfortunately this steer here just won't have the overall production and dressing percentage that we have in our steers up top. The black steer at the back, I didn't get my hands on the steer, but I've run lots of them by me, and there's lots of other indicators as far as what their covers are when you look at them. This steer here would have the least amount of cover of all the 5 steers in this class, and again, similar to the steer above him, just doesn't have that natural muscling to give us the meat production of the calves above him. Excellent class, let's give him a round of applause.
Well, thank you, Judge McLeod. And as he goes and shares the mic with our sheep ring, we'll run down on the placings in this class. So first, and moving off into our intermediate championship, entry 311, Brandon McDermott with his Simmental Influence, 1,373-pound steer. Second in class and also advancing, entry 321, Silver Mollendijk with her homegrown Simmental, weighing 1339. Third in class, Haley Pipke, entry 302. Fourth in class, entry 312, Emily Mollendijk. And fifth in class, entry 301, Callie Crease. Advancing in showmanship, entry 301 and 311. Entry 301 and 311. Grooming, advancing 302 and 311. That's in grooming, 302 and 311. So with that, folks, let's draw everybody's attention over into the sheep ring. This is our Grand Champion Club female, and we're going to hear comments from our judge, Merle Dickey, on this elite group of breeding lambs.
Okay, in fourth place, we're going to go to this little group right here. A solid little group, but the lambs are just a little bit older than these other ones, and I think they're both lots are going to do very well. So I'm going to put this one in fourth. I'm going to put this one in third. This ewe is going to raise these lambs, and they're going to turn out to be 120 pounds, and I'd say on about 150 days, so which is pretty good. Over here, we do have an outstanding ewe. I know it's only a single lamb, but going forward, I believe this ewe is probably going to have twins, and she's going to do very well. But ultimately, in the end here, this is what really counts. We have a ewe here in first place that's got 3 lambs already, and dollars-wise, this ewe is returning the greatest amount of money for you, and she's also a very solid, very well-rounded ewe. So very well done, and I thank you guys. This is a tough class to choose and pick because you need a lot of helpers with the job, but very well done. Thank you so much, guys. So our champion here is the one with the 3 lambs right here. Thank you.
Well, it's a sweep, folks. Congratulations to Cassidy Wood and her yearling ewe lamb taking home the Grand Champion Breeding Ewe Award, and that is, she's receiving a buckle sponsored by Techmation Electric and Controls and a banner by Pioneer Vet Services. So congratulations, Cassidy, on your champion breeding ewe, the yearling entry. And in the reserve spot, her mature ewe takes the banner home, sponsored by DS Half Diamond Farm, and a buckle presented by Bandit Equipment Rentals. So congratulations to Cassidy Wood with her yearling as champion, mature as reserve. And thank you to our sponsors for that class. And our next class to complete the breeding ewe will be our flock class. So we'll ask all of our members to add to or delete. I think that the majority of Cassidy's is in the ring. So we'll ask for Emily and Cassie to get their flocks together, and then that will be the declaration of our champion flock. Over here is our second class of intermediate steers. This is our medium weight, and of course there are 5 entries in this class. And for Judge McLeod, your weight range is 1397 to 1460. So 63-pound difference in this heavyweight class of steers. Sorry, my apologies. This is the medium weight steers. We have 3 splits of intermediates. The heavyweight will be next. This is medium weight, and again, that weight range is 1397 to 1460. So Judge McLeod, we will have 3 splits of intermediates. This is split 2 of 3. If you walk around the parking lot, folks, you're going to see this sticker from Cam Clark Ford on the vast majority of vehicles out there. And joining us today ringside is Wayne Burgess. So thank you, Wayne, for coming into the Achievement Day. I'm not sure there's a single junior show, certainly in Olds, that either Wayne or his wife Ann would miss. So thank you, Wayne, for joining us, Cam Clark Ford. And with him is Chubb Londego as the Business Development Manager with MNP. Again, MNP is one of the most philanthropic gifters of all things agriculture and certainly youth. So thank you for bringing in the big guns here at the Eagle 4-H Achievement Day. And over in the sheep ring, folks, this might be the most exciting class of all. This is their Grand Champion flock. So if you're new to the show world, this is these 4-H members that have committed to 3 projects in the project year. So that's their ewe lamb, yearling ewe. So a ewe lamb will be an individual entry. The yearling ewe can have up to triplets, and the mature ewe can have up to triplets as well. So a flock, if you're doing some cowgirl math like I am, that would be 9 potential animals per flock, potentially. 3, 4, 8, 9, yes. And so that is quite a feat. And what it takes to be able to manage that, in addition to having the opportunity to have club members that will support. But as they get lined up, we'll showcase them in just a minute. We'll have comments on class number 19, second split of intermediate steers from Judge Rod McLeod.
Well, let's give this class a big round of applause. We got some really nice steers here, some members that are doing a really good job of raising these. The steer that I've got up in first place here, he just comes to the top of the class in regards to his finish. You get your hands on this steer, he is easily the best finished steer in here. If I could change the steer, if I could lengthen him out a little bit and add a little more pay weight in that category, I sure would. But he's very, very clean in his lines. A steer that is going to, whoever puts him in their deep freeze is going to have a tremendous eating experience. He's going to yield good on the rail, and a steer that has done a really good job for this young lady here. Then we come down to the tan steer here, and the tan steer and the black steer in third place, a very, very close placing. But I just feel that the overall finish condition on this tan steer is just a little bit ahead of the black steer. I think both of these steers are not quite at 12 o'clock. I think ultimately, if they had another 45 days of feed, they'd hit a lot bigger target, and I wouldn't be surprised that with another 100 pounds that the black steer comes up to challenge up top. I just don't think, when you're getting them ready for a specific date, that you've got a date that happens, and whether you're ready or not, you have to go with what you have. But I just think the tan steer is a little further ahead. He doesn't have quite the condition that good black baldy steer does up front, but more than adequate, and is a little bit further ahead than the black steer. This black steer, really, really long-bodied, really trim in his makeup. Like I said, you put another 60 days on this steer, and it's a whole different competition for him, because he's really long-bodied, he's got muscle and expression, just hasn't reached his optimum weight condition yet. The steer in fourth place here, when you see them from behind, you can see that this steer doesn't quite have the muscle expression that we've got. in our steers up front. He is long-bodied, and again, a steer that just isn't quite at his peak yet. I think a steer with another 45 to 60 days that would hit the target market just a little bit more, but still a really good steer. Lots of length of body, clean made, and but just needs more condition here today. I think the steer that's in 5th place here, a steer that just doesn't quite handle as good as the other steers did. A steer that isn't has got a little more waste in his carcass, and a very straight in that shoulder makeup, and just doesn't have the carcass capabilities of the steers above him. But an excellent set of steers. Give these young 4-Hers a good round of applause.
Well, thank you, Judge McLeod. So at first place in advancing into the intermediate final class, entry 317, Cassidy McQuaig's 1,407-pound Angus Influence steer. Congratulations to Cassidy. And second in class, also advancing, entry 306, Sabella Black with her Charlet Influence 1,431-pound steer. Third in class, the homegrown entry from Jet Doran, entry 319. That's Jet Doran in third. Fourth, entry 308, Gavin Lutz. And fifth in class, entry 322, Sarah McDermott. So next up, we are going to have our third and final split of intermediate steers. This will be our heavyweight, class number 20. But in the meantime, and in between time, Merle is having a last couple minute deliberation and will now provide a few comments on who he will declare as his grand champion flock entry.
Go with this one here. It's this set of triplets on this ewe is just grabbing my eye all day. I'm just impressed at what she's done here and what she's producing and the condition she's keeping on her. So I'm definitely going to declare this as the best flock of the day. And this flock over here, there's nothing wrong with this flock either. It's just, yep, it's from the same group of sheep, and they're very, very well done, very well put together lambs and ewes, and overall a very strong flock.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you to Judge Merle Dickey for his adjudication of the sheep confirmation show, and thank you to Brooklyn Van Sickle, who is our Bowden Rodeo Days queen, giving the presentation to your champion flock, sponsored by Patterson Grain, to the entry Cassidy Wood and her Charlet Influence flock. Congratulations, Cassidy. And of course, Sister Emily is taking home reserve champion flock with her Charlet Influence. And once again, congratulations to the Woods girls. Next up in the sheep ring will be the class number 11. This will be our junior showmanship. But I think there might be a possibility that they're going to take a tiny break. We'll see. I was remiss in announcing the showmanship advancements in the class number 19, 306 and 319, and in grooming, 317 and 308. So again, showmanship, 306 and 319, and grooming, 308 and 317. Over in class number 20, this class has 6 steers in it, and our weight range here is 1499 to 1664. So a fairly significant range in weight here in our intermediate division. This is our third and final class of heavyweights, and again, our weight range is 1499 to 1664. 6 entries in your class, and Judge Rod McLeod, your class is complete. So I'm just going to run through showmanship once again. Those that advanced, these are in no particular order, but from the start of our junior divisions: 201, 210, 214, 209, 211, 212, 217, 301, 311, 306, and 319. On the grooming side, 201, 214, 209, 211, 302, 311, 317, 308. Another celebrity we have ringside, of course, there is no stranger to any 4-H event in this area, and that is Olds Auction Market and Rose Hill Auction Service. So it's really great to see Pat Cassidy here checking out all the steers before the big sale tonight. So thank you to Pat, and Don Johnson is also with him. So thank you to the team at Rose Hills, true contributors of 4-H. And thank you, Pat and Don, for being here. I have also been remiss in introducing to you who our official is for the grooming and showmanship and training. And this is truly one of the coolest guys in our area. And he's got a wicked story. I won't go through where he comes from and how he got to Alberta, but the fact is he's an Albertan and we're proud to have him. So we are excited to introduce your grooming, showmanship, and training judge, and that is Raymond Turney, fondly known as Mayday. He has been to every single junior show, jackpot show, national show, any of our major shows, and has just been extraordinary in supporting youth and being involved in some very influential operations here locally. So thank you to Raymond as our official grooming, showmanship, and training judge today. Also across the way, I see some other terrific supporters of 4-H. I see Scott and Carrie Harvey. I think there's a few brands out here that they're supporting as well, but Carrie is a past president of Olds Regional Exhibition. Scott also served on the board, and in front of them is a current finance chair on the board, Olds Regional Exhibition. And adjacent to them is Annette, representing the Latimer family, of course, who has had a tremendous influence here at Olds Regional Exhibition. And just down the way, I think I see Ian Harvey also. So thank you to the families representing our local producers and also folks that are very supportive of Olds Regional Exhibition. And with that, we'll have comments on our third and final split from Judge Rod McLeod.
Well, please give these kids a real loud round of applause, because I'll tell you what, this is one of the tougher sorting pens for 6 steers that you're going to run into. I hate to have to place one of these steers last in this class because they're more than deserving. You get into these cattle here, if we would have taken all the intermediate cattle and mixed them all up, we could have had maybe 3 class winners or 4 class winners in this class here in comparison to the other cattle. And but I'll tell you what, just a tremendous set of steers in this here class. When I analyze these 2 steers that are standing up at the top here, they look a lot alike. Especially, they both got the same brand on them. So I congratulate the family for breeding a consistent product, because without a doubt, it's here. But I think when you sit here, step back, take a look, I think it's easy to distinguish the extra length of body in this front steer here just accelerates in comparison to the heavyweight steer. The length of body here on this steer, he's going to produce me more premium cuts when I put him up on the hook than the steer in second place. The second place steer won't have the same dressing percentage. The top steer will hang, even though he doesn't quite weigh as much as the big steer, he'll hang every bit as heavy, if not a heavier carcass than the second place steer when you put them up on the rail. And then once you put them up on the rail, like I said, that length of body that's in this first place steer, you just have to admire it. You get behind both these steers, and they both have excellent muscle pattern from the rear. They're carrying, there's a reason they're heavyweight steers, and that they're carrying the pounds they are, but they have got a lot of muscle to go along with it. But this, it's nitpicking between the two of them. But if you had a whole liner load of cattle like this, you'll be very, very profitable when you send them to market and get a check on them. Then we come to a silver steer here that he was my problem steer in the class. This is the highest dressing percentage steer that's in the class here. He's the biggest yield. He's really covered good. But when I analyze the pay weight and what I could make out of the top steer, this steer, he just can't quite catch him. He is the highest dressing percentage, but when I do put that carcass on the rail, I'm not going to have as much finished product as I am in this first one. This calf doesn't have as much length of body. He's got a really good loin in him and stuff, but you put him up against this red steer that's in first place, and without a doubt, he's 3-4 inches shorter bodied. And that's why he's not carrying as much weight and weighing up with this big red steer that we've got in first place. But a steer that, boy, you know what, you can feed a lot of them, and they'll sure make you a lot of money. And like I said, any of these calves in the lighter divisions were easy class winners, and it's unfortunately they all collided in one class. Then we come down to another red steer here. Really good project for this young lady. I just think when you look at him and analyze him from behind, you just don't have that muscle shape in this calf that you've got in these top 3. This calf just doesn't carry down. He doesn't have the width. He won't have the carcass weight that you've got in these top ones. Then we come down into a couple steers in their own right, really good steers. The thing that puts the black steer over the tan steer at the bottom is just his handling when you handle him for his finish. Both this steer is long-bodied steer. He doesn't carry the muscle that the top steers do, but he'll be a good experience. He's got a little more waist in the steer, but another really good steer for this young man. Then we come down to a steer that's, I guess we're in 6th place here, maybe the longest bodied calf in the whole deal. But this is a steer that ultimately he's at 10:30 when you'd like to have him at 12 o'clock. I know, he seems like a heavyweight here right now, but this calf has the ability to go another 150 pounds to be at 12 o'clock for this young lady. But a steer that really long-bodied steer. He'd be a great dressing percentage steer with his length of body. He's got no waist to him at all. I'd just like to put more condition on him to get him up into that AAA category when they hang him up, and to maximize his potential. But what a set of steers. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Rod. So your first place steer and advancing in this heavyweight is entry 320 from Raylan Sandy with her 1,576-pound homegrown Simmental. And second in class, Sister Lexi, entry 307. Lexi Sandy with her Simmental homegrown, weighing 1,664 pounds. Rod, I have water on the stand here if you'd like. Third in class, entry 316, Julia Lutz with her Charlet. Fourth in class, entry 310, Ellie Doran. Fifth in class, entry 318, Jenner Aluk. And sixth in class, entry 315, Sarah Scott. Advancing in our showmanship is a hefty amount. In no particular order, 307, 310, 315, and 320. Again, 307, 310, 315, and 320. In grooming, advancing, 307, 310, and 320. We also want to pay special tribute to Plains Midstream, just a fantastic local organization that is providing lunch for the 4-H members and their families. So if you go to the north end of the Megadome, through the overhead door and through the walk-through door, Plains Midstream has lunch. So please head down that way when you have a minute. They're starting to serve anytime. So thanks once again to Plains Midstream. So we'll reintroduce you to our intermediate division steers, our class winner from the first split, entry 311 from Brandon McDermott. And second in that class, the entry from Silver Mollendijk, entry 321. From our medium weight second class, our class winner, Cassidy McQuaig, entry 317. And second in that class, Sabella Black with entry 306. And most recently, from our heavyweight division, our class winner, entry 320, Raylan Sandy, and entry 307, Lexi Sandy, was second. So this, folks, is class number 21, our champion intermediate steer. This class is sponsored by Wild Rose Reproductive Services. And over in our sheep ring, we've gone ahead with class number 11. This is our junior sheep showmanship class. There are 11 entries in this class, 11 sheep showmen in the junior division, and they are vying for awards sponsored by the Eagle Hill Memorial Hall and Blue Rock Mineral. So thank you to Eagle Hill Memorial Hall and Blue Rock Mineral for your sponsorship of the junior sheep showmanship. We also want to thank our official marshal of the day. This is funny. It's Brett Marshall, folks. Brett Marshall is our marshal today. That's one handsome character, so thank you to Brett for being our official marshal on the beef side. And with that, we're going to have some comments on class number 21, our intermediate champion lineup from Judge Rod McLeod.
Well, let's show our appreciation for these kids. They've done a really good job. I think we've got some cattle that are very, very high quality in regards to their dressing percentages, their yield grade, and their the premium quality on the, they handle really good. I expect these cattle to be right at the top of the charts when it comes to the grading on them. We get to the white steer here. If you've got a limited size deep freeze and looking for one that will be a great eating experience, but won't fill your deep freeze too full, there he is. He's right there. Does he fit today's feedlot business? Not quite. We'd like to make them bigger. We would like to get more pounds of production on the hoof than him. But he's going to be very, very good eating. He's a really good quality steer, and the young man has done really good in regards to preparing him. One of the best handling steers for fat that I've handled all day. The black steer here in second, very similar. Really good handling steer. He's a little bit bigger carcass than the white steer, but not a whole bunch. But again, if you're looking for one for a good eating experience that you're going to put in your own deep freeze, that's a really good one there. Unfortunately, very few calves get put 100% in a deep freeze themselves. We sell it by the piece, and we want as many pieces as we can find to sell in order to make the most money. And even though this calf is a great eating experience, he still could be larger for our target market when it comes to our packing industry. Then we come down to the heavyweight here, and this one's pretty ideal here. Length of body, tremendous condition to him. He'll be a phenomenal eating experience. He's got tons of red meat to sell, and this is where the industry is. For anybody that's in the business, this red steer here fits it as close as anything today. So we're going to go ahead and let him be our intermediate champion, because that's a really, really good one. And I'm going to follow along with the brother that's right behind him, the other red steer. These two they fit together like peas in a pod, and consistency is important in what we're producing. Like the hog business, when you produce processed hogs, when we used to do them a couple hundred a day, there wasn't very much difference in them. They were the same type and kind. These two steers are it, and so they'll be your intermediate and reserve intermediate champion.
Thank you so much, Rod. So congratulations to Raylan Sandy with her homegrown steer, your intermediate champion. That is her Simmental Influence 1,576-pound steer, entry 320, and followed right in beside is Sister Lexi with her homegrown Simmental steer, 1,664 pounds. That's entry 307. So congratulations to the Sandy girls. They're your intermediate champions, folks. Sponsored by Wild Rose Reproductive Service is this class. And we're just doing a little bit of tech support on our wireless mic to make sure that we give our judges the clearest, most great opportunity to share their comments, and really appreciate the view that our beef judge, Rod McLeod, has. Not only are Rod and April and the kids extraordinary cow-calf producers, but they are also one of those families that has had a terrific experience in leading our beef industry from a consumer perspective. So what a terrific and wholesome viewpoint that Rod brings. And so some really great learnings from listening along the ring. So congratulations to our intermediate champions. Next up in the beef ring will be class number 2. There's only 2 splits of senior heavyweights, or senior steers, lightweight and heavyweight. But over in our sheep ring, we want to make sure that we draw attention to our junior showmanship. And we're just working on some mic stuff right at the moment, but there are 11 members in our junior sheep showmanship, 11 members. Over in our beef ring, this is our first split of senior steers. These are our lightweights. And Judge McLeod, you should have 6 entries in this class, 6 entries. And your weight range in this class will be 1101 to 1436. 11:01 to 14:36. And with that, I think we're going to have some comments on showmanship over in our sheep show ring.
Thanks, everybody. This is a very big class. All these young people have done a very good job. They're all cleaned and shined and looking very well. It came down to just simply how they walked and followed their leader and their owner, and I picked out these two at the top. There's nothing really wrong the way all this group did their thing, but these two at the top, their lambs were absolutely following them to the T. I was really impressed with this one here. It followed its owner really well. But this little girl here, I can't remember her name, and I'm sorry, Ashton, she had a broken arm here, and this lamb just followed her, and she's got it all clean and proper, so I'm going to give her number 1, and number 2 to Rowan. Well done, guys. Okay, thank you. Now, I think there's some ribbons to hand out here for everybody, and they do deserve a good hand. Thank you.
So congratulations to our Eagle 4-H Champion Junior Sheep Showman. That's entry 202, Ashton Carew. Congratulations. And your Reserve Champion Junior Sheep Showman, Rowan Piver, entry 203. Congratulations, ladies. And, of course, Brooklyn Van Sickle, no stranger to the Eagle 4-H Club as an alumni. Also, our local Bowden Rodeo Days queen doing the presentation. So I'm actually going to showcase my family right now, and I'm looking over into the crowd, and I can see that there are 4 generations here today in our family. So I have a niece and nephew. I won't say their names because I can't provide any kind of preferential treatment to 2 of the most famous and unbelievable kids in the world. But they both have both sets of great-grandparents here. So we have 4 generations in the room, and I'm sure that there might be other families that have 4 generations as well, but I'm really excited that our family has 2 of them on 2 sides of those kids' pedigree, and they are just an amazing group of matriarchs that have been and continue to be a huge part of our family. So thank you to Renee and Donna for being the matriarchs of our 4 generations here. Let's give them a hand. Yeah, let's clap for that. 4 generations. I'll never have that. I would also be remiss in not introducing our county councillor who is at the outgate at the Westview Co-op. Of course, Councillor of Division 7, we are so excited to have a grandma cheering here today, I think is her official duty. But thank you to Jennifer Lutz, who is representing Mountain View County. Of course, we've mentioned them earlier as a sponsor. But thanks, Jen, for always being here at these events and supporting, and a huge advocate for our young people in agriculture at county office. So thank you so much.
Well, let's give this first class of seniors a round of applause. We got a little variation in this class here with quite a bit of difference in weight spread and the quality of the calves. But the steer that we've got starting up top here, I really like this steer. You get your hands on him. He's got lots of cover to him. He's the heaviest muscled calf in the class here. He's going to have the heaviest carcass of them all. He's really nice and trim in his makeup, and this young man's done a good job on him. We get into our black steer here that's in second place, and we got a steer that when you compare him to the top steer, just doesn't quite have the carcass attributes. He handles really nice. He's got a nice finish. This young lady's done a good job feeding him. But when you get into the carcass traits of this calf here in comparison to our calf that started off the class, he just doesn't compete at the same level, but still a good calf that if you're putting some in your freezer, this one here would be a good choice to do. Then we come down to the smallest calf in the class, and you say, well, you start with the bigger ones, and then you work down, and then you go back to a couple bigger ones. But as far as the handling and the fat cover and what I think this calf is for eating experience, he's quite good. But he's a very small carcass. And so for somebody that's putting one in a deep freeze, this calf would be a good selection. When you put your hands on him, he feels really good. If you want some steaks that are smaller, this calf doesn't have the ribeye size. He won't get as many of them. And so, but the ones you do get, I think will be very good eating. And I bet you they're marbled fairly well on this calf, but just doesn't have the overall meat production to be higher than he is today. But I think the quality of his meat is superior than the quality in the last three calves that are in this class. The red calf that we've got here, a calf that is moderate in his muscle expression and his carcass. He's of the calves that are remaining, he's the longest bodied of those three, and he would put the best carcass up of those three calves that we have at the back. Then we get into the red steer for this young man. And, well, again, when you take a look at him, doesn't have the muscle expression that we need. He needs more weight on top of it to be at 12 o'clock today. And a calf that just won't give you a lot of the superior money-making carcass traits that I'm looking for here today. And then we come down to the Charolais cross calf at the end here, a calf that I would say didn't want to cooperate this year. Probably just a calf that didn't like being alone, really didn't maybe like people that well. My best suggestion would be to take and put him in a feedlot for another 120 days. He'll be a good one when he's done, but he's at about 7 o'clock when he needs to be at 12, and I think this young lady has spent a lot of time and effort, but unfortunately, once in a while, we get those ones that don't want to cooperate, and unfortunately, she has one this year. But anyways, really like the top end steer that we have up here. Give him a round of applause.
Well, thank you, Judge McLeod, and congratulations to our class winner, entry 413, Ashton McDermott, with his 1,436-pound Simmental steer, advancing to the senior finals. And second in class from Maya Rosinki, her 1,377-pound homegrown Simmental steer, entry 411. Third in class, entry 401, Austin Cartwright. Fourth in class, entry 407, Evan Waranga. Fifth in class, entry 402, that's Deegan Molendyke. And sixth in class, entry 409, Paige Van Sickle. We have taken a little bit of a break over in our sheep show ring as we await for the class number 12 sheep showmanship intermediate and senior. We have a member who is showing a steer at the same time. So we're giving that ring just a wee bit of a break. So next up in our beef ring, class number 23, this is our heavyweight steers. And Judge McLeod, this will be our largest class. 7 steers will be in this class, and their weight range is 1460 to 1634. 1460 to 1634. 7 steers. Judge McLeod, your class is complete. Advancing in showmanship from our lightweight steer class, entry 401, 409, and 411. Once again, from showmanship in class 22, 401, 409, and 411. In grooming, advancing 401 and 411. Once again, 401 and 411 advancing in grooming. I also wanted to provide another shout out of a pair of human beings that I am proud of and super duper love. We've got Patty and Brian Gardner at the south end of the ring. And of course, they are no strangers to the amazing cause of Kirsten's Place, the emergency women's shelter here in Olds. And it was very exciting that the High Stakes Club just a couple weekends ago presented their proceeds from their 2024 sale to Kirsten's Place. So Kirsten's Place continues to be one of the most influential spaces in our community. It's always sad why we have these memorials, but out of it comes an outstanding opportunity to provide these kind of safe places and homes to a community that deserves it. So just wanted to pay tribute to all the work that Patty and Brian have done in order to make that become a reality in our community as they continue to support all of the great work that our volunteers and fundraisers are doing to make sure that that is a beautiful, safe space and an honoring of a beautiful girl, also known as Kirsten's Place. So thank you to Brian and Patty. That is a really important piece of infrastructure. Let's put our hands together. Thank you. Love you guys. Just another reminder for our 4-H members and their families that Plains Midstream has lunch just at the north end of the Megadome. So please just head on out there for lunch. They're serving it currently, so please enjoy the lunch compliments of Plains Midstream. We're ready in the sheep ring. This is our intermediate and senior show, class number 12. For Judge Merle Dickey, there will be 7 entries in this class, 7 entries in our intermediate and senior showmanship division. We want to thank our sponsors for the champion intermediate and senior showman, Spearhead Signs, and Reserve Northern Light Acres. I would also like to acknowledge that there is no other general manager here from the National Breed Associations other than Charlet, because that's just how dedicated the Charlet breed is to supporting youth. So thank you, Craig Scott, for being here representing the Canadian Charlet Association as the general manager. He also happens to be a dad, but we'll pay tribute to the association as well. Brody, it is not urgent, but the next time you have a moment to swing by the announcer stand, please do. Not urgent, but next time, please come. Also, if you're following along in your show program, you'll note that our champion junior steer and champion intermediate steer are both homegrown. So we'll see what happens here in our senior division. But congratulations to those families who are able to have homegrown. Of course, that's not always possible for kids, but it is a little extra sweet and special. Unless you source them from CJF ranches, in which case they're basically homegrown. And with that, we'll have comments from our second and final split of senior steers from Judge Rod McLeod.
Well, let's give this round of seniors a hand because we've got three pretty stout steers up here on the top end. And I had to kind of do some calculations in my head if I was hanging these cattle up and where I was going to make my money at and because all three of these are extremely high quality. When you handle them, they all have more than adequate finish to them. These three steers all handle really, really, really good, and I think that the carcass quality is going to be good. The difference between the black steer at the top and the gray steer in second is the length of body on that black steer and the extra cuts I'm going to get of primals. The expensive cuts, this steer has more expensive cuts on him than the gray steer. The gray steer's going to have more red meat when we're all said and done, and he handles. But the thing is the extra red meat that I've got are the lower dollar cuts. And so when you get in him and you see how broad he is up through his shoulders and thick through that front end, he's big in the hip without a doubt. But he's not quite as long as the black steer, and the cuts that what gives him the extra weight is going to be minimal cuts that will be trim up at the front end. I want the cuts in the back on this calf that I'm going to sell at $30 to $35 a pound to be the cuts I have extra of. On him, the cuts I'm going to sell for extra, I'm going to sell at $6 and $7. And that's just what makes the economic. But young lady, that's a really, really good steer. And dressing percentage wise, he's going to hang up really good. It's just that this black steer has got that extra length of body. He's not quite as thick as the gray steer, but those top end cuts and the extra that I'm going to get more than make up value that I can make more money with the black steer than I can with the silver steer or the gray steer. But really good steer. But then we come down to this Hereford steer, and I wasn't 100% sure where to put him because, boy, he handles really good. And it's a little bit deceiving if you take a look. The black steer and the Hereford steer weighed in at exactly the same number. And so when you start analyzing it, you say, okay, which one of them, has got the value cuts in it. And visually to my eye, I still say the black steer is a little bit longer bodied. I think he maybe has just touch better finish, but they're so comparable that I believe that they're real high high quality carcasses. This steer here, he doesn't have quite as much thickness in the rear, and I really believe that when it's all said and done, one of these steers maybe had a drink and the other one didn't. Was maybe shrunk out a little bit, and I really believe I've got more carcass weight. Even though they weigh the same, I believe I've got more carcass weight in the black steer than I do in the Hereford steer. Then we come down to a really solid made silver steer here. Big dressing percentage on this steer. A calf that's going to hang up good. He just got in a real tough class. This is a really nice steer. You've done a really good job feeding him. He's going to have a high dressing percentage. He's going to yield. He doesn't handle quite as good in his softness. I'm hoping he'll go triple, but I think that they might have a double A sitting here in the silver steer here, just the way he handles in comparison to those top three steers. Then we come down into the fourth place steer with this young man, and this is a really nice steer. He handles really good. He's got really good condition to him. One of the top conditioned calves in this class. But he just doesn't have the amount of pounds and the amount of pay weight that in the important spot. He's a little bit shorter bodied. He doesn't have quite the carcass attributes that you come into in those top three steers. Then you come to a steer here, and I know somebody's going to say, well, geez, take a look at the thickness and the muscle, in this steer. But you know what? When you take a look at this steer, he's just short coupled everywhere. If you take him and you put him up against some other steers, he's 4 or 5 inches shorter. So that expensive cuts that I've got up top to make money with on this steer, I don't have near as many of them as I do on the other. Then on top of it, you get a real deep bodied, lots of belly, lots of shoulder. Well, there's no money to be made down there. That's waste material in the processing business. When I get a steer like this, what he hangs up for if you bought him on the live weight, you'd lose. You wouldn't make near as much money with this steer because you've got a tremendous amount of waste in this steer in comparison to cattle that are longer bodied and don't have that great big chest in them and that great big belly, And even though people, unfortunately, I see a lot of young judges, go out and show it, and they keep, well, geez, I really like this one because of all the Springer rib. And in the back of my mind, I say, you haven't been in the butcher business, to make money. And when you're selling good cattle, you sell them on the rail. All those cattle there, you sell them on the rail. You'd rather sell this one live and let somebody else take their chances with him, because this steer here won't make you the money. You'll pay a lot of money for him live, and when you hang him up as a carcass, you'll be disappointed with what you've got for take home and the dressing percentage. Then we come down to a Charcross steer here on the end, and this steer here, he has a weight of 1460. If I can take and switch 2 numbers in there and make him 1640, he's a lot more competitive, and he's up towards the other end. Lots of length of body, very trim in his makeup. He's at 9 o'clock today. He's not at 12 o'clock to be optimum. But you take that calf and put him to 1,700 pounds, and now that calf fits what we're doing in the business. Trim, long-bodied, no waist, but you got to add another 250 pounds to him to be where you need to be. Anyways, give these kids a round of applause. Excellent set here in the seniors, and we'll go one more class and find you a senior champion.
Thank you, Judge McLeod. So advancing on to our championship is the entry from Jarek Lutz. Entry 405 with his 1,596-pound Simmental steer. Second in class, entry 412 with her homegrown Simmental steer weighing 1,634 is Maya Aluk. Third in class, Jaden Opperman, that was entry 403. Fourth in class, Darren Walker, entry 406. Fifth in class, entry 404, Mikey Crease. Sixth in class, entry 408, Katie Cockell. and 7th in class, entry 410, Braden Scott. Those advancing into our senior showmanship finals, entry 405, 410, and 412. Entry 405, 410, 412 will join 401, 409, and 411 for our senior showmanship. In grooming, advancing 410 and 412. Advancing in grooming 410 and 412. Our next class in the ring will be our champion senior steer, but we're going to have to pause a little bit because we've got some kids that are in another ring. And I think with that, we're going to have comments in our intermediate and senior showmanship finals from Judge Merle Dickey.
Thank you. Yeah, we made it a little tougher for the seniors because that's what we have to do. And these two at the top have done very, very well. And he led the ring in with the circle, with the group, and his lamb went really well. And he handled the lamb behind him. No, he didn't lead the ring in. Sorry, but yeah, his lamb followed him everywhere and did really well. It's clean, shiny, it's doing well. And a big smile. Same with number 2. It's a great big smile, and the lambs just did what she wanted it to do for today. This young lady here had the tougher of the day. This lamb's a little feistier, but she's handled it very well. And when I passed it to the young lad that got first place, he handled this feisty lamb very well, and that's simply what got him first place over that. So this is 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and all did very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Dickey. One of the clerks over in the sheep ring, can you bring me the results from that? Because I can't see them. So someone can bring me the results from the junior or intermediate and senior over in the showmanship class, and we'll give you some results. We wanted to thank Spearhead Signs and Northern Light Acres as our sponsors for the senior and intermediate sheep showmanship. You'll also note in your show programs that we have a paying tribute to our 2024 buyers of our market lambs and market steers. So do make sure that you take a look at those businesses in and around the Olds area that are supporting 4-H. And again, if you flip the page, we've got our platinum, gold, silver, bronze, and friends levels. And I know that leader Dustin Farr went through that list. Platinum level, Plains Midstream, Rocky Mountain Equipment, Techmation Electric and Controls, Mountain View County, Tycal Inspection Services, Loyal Energy, Westview Co-op, Kodiak Barbecue Catering, and CNC Quality Meats are platinum level sponsors at the Eagle 4-H level. In gold, Canadian Transport Trailer, Combined Fabrication, Anderson Bread Heifers, First Choice Sausage and Meats, Utilities Safety Partners, Diamond Tea Land and Livestock, Orich Transport, 3XL Cattle, Northern Light Acres, Bandit Equipment Rentals, and Frayed Knot. Next up, we're moving into our overall club champion. And in the sheep ring, we're doing overall showmanship. And our top 2 from the junior, Ashton Carew, entry 202, and Rowan Piver, entry 203. And in the intermediate and senior, we have Logan Finnegan and Indy Waranga. Sorry about that. Logan Finnegan and Indy Waranga are our top 2. And of course, those 2 are vying for the overall sheep showmanship champion. And that buckle is sponsored by the Canadian Transport Trailer and banner by Future Ag Incorporated. This is your overall sheep showman. And over in our beef ring, we have our class number 24. This is our champion senior steer. So to reintroduce you, from our first split, our champion from Ashton McDermott with entry 413, and second in that class, Maya Rosinki, entry 411. And first in class from the heavyweight division, entry 405 from Jarek Lutz, And second in that class, entry 412, Maya Aluk. And this is our senior division. These are our senior steers. These are those aged 15 to 20, showing their steers in the lightweight and heavyweight division. So our judge, Rod McLeod, will be selecting his overall champion. And you know what that means, folks? We're getting closer to declaring an overall grand champion Eagle steer in just a few moments' time.
Let's just give this group of seniors a round of applause here in this championship class. I just wanted to kind of move these steers a little further away from the audience here, just so they can kind of get a visual of what I'm doing here. Now, you take a look, at the steers that are standing here. I think it's really easy to see those steers that have that extra length of body, have that extra muscling, carry that big weight, but yet they're trim and they're not wasty in their in their makeup and stuff. And I think that the two heavyweight steers easily come to the top. We're going to go ahead and let them be your senior champion, your reserve senior champion.
Congratulations go out to Jarek Lutz as your senior champion steer. That's entry 405 with his Semitol influence. And your reserve senior club champion calf is the entry from Maya Aluk, her homegrown entry 412. Those are your top two, and representing the seniors in our championship drive, which, folks, is next. So we'll reintroduce you to our top two in the juniors, top two intermediates, and top two in the seniors to declare our club champion steer. But over in our sheep ring, we have our overall champion showman, and that is our top two from the juniors, Ashton Carew and Rowan Piver, and our top two from the intermediates and seniors, Logan Finnegan and Indy Waranga.
Okay, I'm going to start here at the top. This young lady with the broken arm, I know she's a junior. She's handled this sheep very well. She handled the sheep that was here in third as well. When she laid everything around the ring, she's done a very, very good job and deserves a very big round of applause today. The young man in second, he's done just as well. He's really done well today. He handled this sheep, he handled that sheep, and he handled the really tough white one in from the ring before. So he deserves second place as well. And third and fourth place, these two are, they're there as well. They've done very well, but the top two for sure deserve a real big round of applause for how they've done things today. Well done, guys.
Congratulations, your overall club showman goes to Ashton Carew. Am I correct in that? Yes. Okay. Congratulations, Ashton. You're receiving an award sponsored by by Canadian Transport Trailer and Future Ag Incorporated. And your reserve overall champion is the entry of Logan Finnegan. So congratulations, Logan and Ashton, as your overall champion sheep showman today. Let's put our hands together, folks. All right, over in our... Ray, I believe that steer is going to love this ring by the end of today. From our junior division, we congratulate our homegrown steer exhibited by Chet Simpson with entry 209 and reserve to entry 211, Hiller Gardner. From our intermediate division, our champion, homegrown champion, Raylyn Sandy, entry 320, and reserve entry 307, Lexi Sandy. And in our senior division, congratulations, just most recently declared our entry from Jarek Lutz, entry 405, and reserve entry 412, Maya Aluk. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the top 6 steers in the Eagle Club according to our judge, Rod McLeod. And we are excited to give him a few moments. I just want to let you guys all know that in addition to DLMS being live and so many people being able to stay tuned into this exciting championship drive, We also have the Eagle 4-H Facebook page that is broadcasting live. So, Rod, we're going to have a little pomp and circumstance, and we'll give you a few minutes to deliberate, and then we're going to declare our 2025 champion Eagle steer. Of course, we want to showcase some of our sponsors here in our championship drive. Our grand champion steer is receiving a buckle from CNC Custom Meats, banner sponsored by Rocky Mountain Equipment, and the trophy sponsored by Eagle Hill Co-op. Reserve champion steer receiving a buckle from Kodiak Barbecue Catering and a banner from Reese Agri. Trophy is sponsored by Jim Walker Memorial, donated by Elsie Walker. And our best homegrown steer, which will be declared out of this championship, is sponsored by MHR Law, LLP. And a big thank you to Eagle Eye Heavy Duty, Nick Fisher, of course, one of our ringmen, and providing the junior, intermediate, and senior class awards. I think they're a beer stein. Isn't that cool for a 4-H show?
I would like to take some time to thank our ringman and our judge and our show marshal for the sheep side. They have put an amazing amount of their day into this. They're really amazing people, and we just want to thank them all. So, we want to thank our showmanship judge and confirmation judge, Meryl Dickey. We would like to thank our ringman, Peyton, and our show marshal for the sheep side, Davis Scottenboss. We all really appreciate the time you've put into this day. We hope you come back.
As our judge takes a few moments to deliberate, just another reminder that Plains Midstream has some delicious burgers out at the north end of the Megadome. So I think a lot of our members need to make sure they get there. They've been hardworking, so maybe they need a chance. We're going to take a little bit of a break after this championship drive. The female show will not start until 1 o'clock in the beef ring. So there will be a little bit of time for everyone to grab a burger from Plains Midstream. As well, if you haven't pictured your steer at the official backdrop, please make sure that you have that accomplished. The faster that happens, the faster the pictures get developed, the faster that the plaques can get put together for tonight's sale. So please make sure that you have pictured your steer. A Big thank you to our official photographers. We've got Jordy Buba over at the steer backdrop, London Matthews taking those wicked in the show ring shots, and I believe Abby Iverson is also taking some photos out back, kind of in action shots. So what a talented group of young ladies capturing these special moments. There's also two people that are ringside that rarely get the acknowledgement that they should, and that is your Eagle 4-H leaders, and that is Dustin and Jody Farr. What an incredible duo. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dustin and Jody. We talk about what the 4-H's mean in 4-H, head, heart, health, and hands. But I'll tell you that Dustin and his wife Jody are a different kind of H. They are the heroes that keep this ship running, make the magic happen, and do so in a way that makes families feel safe, engaged, and feeling like there's value in being in 4-H, which there is a tremendous amount of value. So thank you once again to Dustin and Jody, just in a dynamic duo leading this amazing 4-H club. So thank you once again to Dustin and Jody Farr. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear some comments from our judge, Rod McLeod of McLeod Livestock of Cochrane. And then we're going to have a little bit of pomp and circumstance while he goes out and slaps our champion and reserve. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time.
Thank you very much, Tracy. You know what? Give these kids a round of applause. What an excellent set of steers they brought out here today. And the other thing I want to do is I want to commend the leaders and the parents of this club. I've had the opportunity to judge quite a few 4-H shows over the years, and usually the first one or two classes I judge, a lot of times I get worried because I see steers coming in at 1,000 pounds or 1,050 or 1,100 pounds, and the kids haven't had the guidance and the learning of what it takes to feed some cattle. But when I come to a club like this, on a whole, I know I'm in cattle country. I'm with breeders that do this for a living, and they've taught their kids well. And it's sure nice not to have to be saying a whole bunch that, boy, I need to, we need to send a bunch of these back to the feedlot to feed for another 60 days, because this club did a great job of feeding these steers, and the quality of beef that they're producing is without a doubt some of the best from top to bottom that we're going to see at any 4-H club. So give them a round of applause, everybody. The parents, the kids for learning and everything. So anyways, we've got 6 exceptional steers that are standing out here, and I hope you can see a little bit of a pattern of what I've tried to bring out here. I think that the calves I have standing in the ring are industry relevant. They're exceptionally good doing, easy keeping, easy fleshing cattle that excel at a very young age. I believe that in order to us to continue to prosper in the cattle business, we have to have efficient cattle. And when you got a whole bunch of these calves that are weighing 1,600 pounds and they're kind of pushing that 16 months of age, we've done our job, and it makes it efficient. So then it's a matter of what the quality is that we hang up on the rail, because it's really important that our end customer gets a consistent product and has a great eating experience. Being in the meat business for almost 20 years, you have to build it on repeat customers. We sold all our product out the front door to a great customer base that come back and bought time after time after time. And people will always come and tell you, well, where did you get that, and and how did you make that stuff so good? And it all starts with the people that feed them. I've seen enough cattle come through the floor. Well, truthfully, once in a while I would put some cattle back on a truck and tell the people, you know what, you're better to be mad at me right now instead of when I slaughter your animal and then I tell you it's no good because it hasn't been fed properly. And but these kids here, they're doing it in spades, and they're going to carry us into the next generation, and we'll be proud of what they raise and what the product that they supply to the consumer. I think the one thing that you can see with these 3 steers that are standing out here in the front row here, easy to see them, and then you can see the steers behind. There's one common denominator with them for sure: this length of body. Like I said, we got to have those high price cuts, and we got to have lots of them, because that's the only way that we can make money in this real tight business. And so then I'm looking for carcass qualities after that. The 3 steers I've got standing in the front row, 2 of them have got an identical weight, and the other one's 20 pounds heavier. So you can see the consistency. So now what I'm going to ask these 3 young people to do is, you can all determine we've got excellent length of body here. So now I want you to turn these steers, and I want you to put them side by side for the crowd to see. I want them to be able to see their quarter shot. So just bring them around and line them up, and I want them side by side. I want them tight. I just want to try and give you an optical vision of what I'm looking for. So just circle around. So now when I'm out in the ring, I'm looking for thickness and I'm looking for muscle. I'm not going to tell you which one that I think has got the best muscle. I just want you to visually see it before I go slap one of these steers. And that's part of the reason why. You take a look at the steer that I had coming out of the junior. He stands pretty narrow. Tight in that. What's that the first thing it tells me? He doesn't have as much natural muscling. Take the red steer that come out of the intermediate division. This calf always stands wide based on the bottom, and that tells me there's lots and lots of muscle. If there's lots of muscle in the rear, it also carries up and into your ribeye and your top line. The black calf, he stands wider than the calf out of the junior class. You take a look at him, and you can see the muscle shape and pattern to that calf. And so we've determined that all of them are about the same carcass weight. So we're trying to figure out which one has the most of it in muscle and which has the most in waist. We know that they're all going to have because of that length of body, we're going to have lots of top end stakes to them. You can go ahead and lead them back to where they are side by side. And it's going to be an honor to go ahead and slap a champion for this class. I want to thank my ringmen for the steer show. I'm not sure whether they're part of the deal for the heifers, but these guys have done a great job here, and so thank them for helping out here today. And I'm going to go ahead and slap you a couple champions here.
Congratulations, Raylan. We said he'd stand and he got the slap. Raylan Sandy is your grand champion steer for the 2025 Eagle Beef Show. Congratulations, Jarek Lutz. He's going to be reserved. Those are your top two representing the Eagle 4-H Beef Club and all of the beef members. Congratulations, Raylan. She's also going to take home your grand champion homegrown title. That's maybe even more sweet. Congratulations once again to Raylan Sandy, taking home the buckle, banner, and trophy provided by CNC Custom Meats, Rocky Mountain Equipment Limited, Eagle Hill Co-op. Reserve, Jarek is taking home a banner and buckle and trophy brought to you by Kodiak Barbecue Catering, Reese Agri, Jim Walker Memorial donated by Elsie Walker. And congratulations to Raylan taking home our best homegrown steer of the club, sponsored by MHR Law LLP. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together one more time for the top 6 in the club. We're going to take a moment to have a break, have a picture, have some lunch, and we're back here at 1 o'clock, folks. 1 o'clock, the female show will continue as well as our steers. You have 25 minutes, folks. Go visit with the juniors, talk about steers, talk about beef, and we'll be back at 1. If you're looking for beef showmanship and grooming advancements, we took those and posted them in the breezeway. But one more time, showmanship advancements, 201, 2014, 210, 209, 211, 212, 217, 301, 311, 306, 319, 310, 320, 315, 307, 401, 409, 411, 410, 412, and 405. On the grooming side, we have 201, 214, 209, 211, 302, 311, 317, 308, 310, 312, 307, 401, 411, 410, and 412. Actually, you'll want to check out our next class. It's going to be the cleavers, folks. The cleavers are going to be in our beef ring. Our Cleaver show has a couple of really outstanding kids, so that's going to be next, and it's sponsored by Moore's Feedlot. And I saw Nick and Kirsten here in the stands watching the steer show. I'm sure they're close, but we're going to do our Cleaver show next.
Check 1, 2.
So just a reminder to everyone back in the barns that showmanship is going to run after the female show. This is in the beef side. Showmanship grooming is not in the show program, but it will run after the beef showmanship. So beef grooming after, and you will have to bring in your animal for beef grooming, just to be clear. There is a list of numbers that have advanced in both showmanship and grooming in the breezeway. excited to have a class in here. This is awesome. Guys, we're only a couple minutes away from starting again. So just so you know, there's going to be some action, but it's going to be in a minute or two. just because the handsome Mike Grover is walking through the Megadome, we want to thank Plains Midstream for a delicious lunch. Thank you to Plains Midstream for providing the lunch for our members and families. And if you haven't received your burger, please head on out there. It's delicious. Is Mr. Green in this class? So, Mr. Green, I think you play baseball with my nephew Hiller. Yeah, good to see you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our official for the Cleaver says we're ready, and it's time to get going, and we have an amazing audience of classes. Hi, everybody. Oh, there's a bunch of hockey friends over there. Yay! Oh, that's awesome. Good to see you guys. And we're ready now with our Cleaver show. So these are the kids that are not of age to be a full-blown 4-H member. So they are under 9 years of age, and they are bringing in their project of choice, which you can see there's a few lambs in the ring and a few calves in the ring. And so we're really excited to have 5 Cleaver members this year. So on the sheep side, a great little goalie. I just love this kid. Colt Crease is showing the first lamb. And then we've got Denton Piver and Carter Seibold. You guys are doing a great job. And then on the beef side, we've got Charlie Simpson on this first red calf, entry 105, and Sykes Black. He might be in a smaller package, but that is one tough dude. So way to go, Sykes. You got your older sister Maddie there helping, and Silver. This is awesome. So these are kids that are under the age of 9 that are not eligible to be a full-blown 4-H member yet, but are expressing a tremendous amount of interest. Some of them, in fact, all of them, have older siblings that are in 4-H that either have market lambs, market steers, breeding ewes, or breeding females. And so some really exciting up-and-comer 4-H members here. This is one of our favorite classes. Tyson Gardner is out there interacting with each one of our cleavers, just asking some questions about what their most favorite experiences are, what they most look forward to, and a little bit about their projects. And you can see that all of these members have all of the appropriate show equipment. So if you've never seen livestock shown before, I'll use Colt as the example, who is the front sheep showman. You can see that he's kneeled down, he's got a fine halter, and he's wanting to make sure that that sheep's legs and feet are placed in the most appropriate spaces to make sure that that animal will look its best. Then when you look at the beef cattle, those are calves. So these calves will have been born sometime in the last 5 months. And Charlie, who is in the front with her red calf, so Charlie has a show stick, and those show sticks have a really nice little hook on the end that scratches the animal's belly. And what that does is, just like if your mom or dad likes their back scratched, in between their shoulder blades usually, that's just a nice little way to keep the animals calm. They've got a nice safe halter on the animals because they always have a halter. And then you'll see in Charlie's back pocket there's a comb. And that comb is just to make sure that if any of their hair messes up, that they can fix it. And then you'll notice that all of the kids in the ring have a show number pinned on their back or a show harness, either one. And that is their unique number for the day. So if I am looking at Charlie, just put your back to me a little bit. So her number is 105. And so for the entire day, Charlie's number is 105. So we want to just share with the crowd that this is a really, really cool opportunity to acknowledge the interest. And we want to thank and pay tribute to Kirsten and Nick Moore from Moore's Feedlot, who are giving each of our cleavers a little award in recognition for their contribution to the 4-H Club. And they participate in a lot of the activities. So Kirsten and her kids are providing a little thank you to each of the cleavers out here. So again, we want to acknowledge Colt Crease, Denton Piver, Carter Seibold, Sykes Black, and Charlie Simpson. Let's put our hands together, folks. This is awesome. Special thank you to our official judge for the Cleaver project. Of course, there's no placings. It's just a great way to acknowledge their efforts. Is Tyson Gardner, and assisting him is Nick Fisher. There actually are 2 ringmen in the beef ring for the show. So congratulations, guys. Hope you had a fun time. Stay safe, and we'll see you next year in the big ring. So to a lot of the young kids that are around the show ring, there's lots of projects that you can do in 4-H. It's not just livestock, although that's what you're seeing most of here. There's lots of other things that include life skills. Small engines is a project here in the Eagle Club. So if you're really interested in like motorbikes and that sort of thing, there's a small engines project. There's lots of other life skills like leadership. There is some more domestic things. There's some sewing and cooking, crafting projects. There's outdoorsmen. Lots of really fun things that 4-H members do. There's over 100 projects that you can have in 4-H, and the calendar or the 4-H year is typically organization in September, October, And then Achievement Day is usually this first part of June. So it gives you the summer off, but lots of 4-H programs happen in the summer. There's lots of summer camps, and which was always my favorite growing up in 4-H because we went to Battle Lake, which is the 4-H center, and lots of fun things to do there. So if you're interested in 4-H, Eagle 4-H Multi is certainly the place to be. And so if you're interested, make sure that you check with any of the parents as well. And to the teachers for bringing the students here to see what their peers are doing on this day, thank you so much. Mr. Smith, thank you so much for coming as well. You snuck in afterwards. And just thank you for coming to see what our 4-H members do. It is a huge commitment to be in 4-H and to look after livestock. And these kids do a really extraordinary job. And for you guys to dedicate some time to learn a little bit what they do is really awesome. So thank you so much to the teachers and to the kids for coming to see what 4-H is all about and cheer on your friends. Maybe next year there'll be a few of you that are interested in some of these projects as well. So everybody else, let's put our hands together for the teachers that brought some students. To our teachers, can we have 2 volunteers per class come into the ring? The teachers can pick it. If you want, you can choose 4. Choose 4. Okay, if you've got your 4 volunteers that your teachers have approved, you can come over to where I am by the ring. And we're going to come in the ring. Okay, everybody come in. Watch your step. Okay. Okay, guys. So we're going to create a mock show because this show's not ready yet. And you've come all this way and we got to do something fun. So I want all the boys over this side. All the girls over on this side. Okay, I want the boys to line up behind Mr. Smith. Hudson. God. Thank God for hockey. Okay, and everybody is lined up behind, I'm sorry, your name is? Paige. All the girls are lined up behind Paige. Okay. All right, so now I want you guys to come towards me to center ring. Hudson comes to center ring. All in a line. Stop. And you girls all in a line. Okay. Now I want you guys to all face me. Right where you are, just face me. Okay. Now, I want to have Miss Sayers. Could you please come into the ring? So, Miss Sayers, I have just created for you 2 classes. Okay, so this is a class of grade 12 graduating boys.
Oh dear.
Okay, grade 12 graduating boys. And over here, we have freshmen in college. Okay, girls, alma mater, freshmen in college. Okay, so now you've got scholarship opportunities, trip opportunities, and some really cool prizes. And we're going to place these classes, and then the champion, reserve, 3rd, 4th, 5th are going to receive these prizes, okay? Okay, so I'm going to give you a minute to deliberate. And while she deliberates on this, what we're going to do is I'm going to start working the class like we would if you were a class of steers or market lambs, okay? The girls are just going to hold off, and you can laugh at the boys, and then we'll get to you in a bit, okay? Okay, so boys, what I want you to do, Hudson, I want you to follow me because we have to parade. We showcase ourselves in the ring, so follow me. And we walk proud, shoulders back, head up, no ball caps. There's no ball caps. We're going to stop and do a pose because Judge Sayers is looking at us. Are you posing? Okay, we're going to continue. Okay, we're getting ready to line up, head to tail. Stop. Strike a pose. Okay. Now she's going to place us, and she's going to just put us side by side, just in a random order. So watch the judge. We're watching the judge. She's going to place us. Strike your pose. It might not be working. Try something different.
Oh, come closer to us. Come closer to us. You got to stay close. Okay, do a different pose. She's not picking. Something different. Hudson, do something magnificent. Something. Jump. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our boys. Okay, guys, you're totally done. You can go back to your, you're done. Now the girls. Sorry? Of course you're first. You're all first. Okay, girls. So it's college. We're leveling up. Okay? Like we gotta act super cool, super adult. Oh my goodness. So I want you to do, when we walk, I want you to do your best model walk, like we're on a catwalk. Okay? Are you ready? Stop. Strike a pose. Okay, because models aren't real sound, and we're all about soundness, we're just going to stay here and we're going to strike a pose to the group one more time. Perfect. Judge Shelley, could you, Judge Sayers, sorry. What we know about girls is we never place the girls' classes. Ladies and gentlemen, give the girls a big round of applause. You guys are awesome. All done. High five. There, you can tell everybody at home that you were in the show ring and you didn't step in any material. Which, just for the record, is grass and water. It's just grass and water. Okay, well, we're ready to go with our next class. Can everybody give our classes a big round of applause? How fun was that? Way to go. Okay, well, you can't leave because the best part's coming. This is class number 27, our first of 3 splits of heifers. These are the pros, guys, and they're ready to make their debut into the ring. This is class split 1, class number 27. To our judge, Rod McLeod, you will have 5 entries in this class. So just another tidbit of information. So we'll share with you guys the steers that they showed earlier this morning are Grand Champion steer exhibited by Raylan Sandy. I just want to tell you guys the weight on that steer was 1,576 pounds. So 1,576 pounds. Now, does anybody know how much beef that means? Like when Raylan's steer gets harvested and cut into delicious cuts, does anyone know how much that carcass will weigh? Any ideas? I'll give you a second to think about it and do some math. Did somebody say 1,000 pounds? Bailey? 1,000 pounds? Okay. If that steer dresses 60%, which is always the goal, he may do better, that carcass will weigh 945 pounds. So you're really close. If I had a prize, I'd give it to you. Yeah. So that's a lot of meat. When you guys think about, I have a hamburger up here, and you think about the fact that we usually eat a quarter-pound hamburger, that there's 945 hamburgers, or even more than that, in that steer. Anyway, let's focus on the female show, folks. This is class number 27 yearling heifers. These are the first split. So these heifers are a year old, and they were born in March of 2024. So to our judge, Rod McLeod, your age range is March 1st to the 23rd. These are the March borns. There are 5 entries in this class, and you'll notice to all of our guests watching, just like how we paraded around the ring, what these 4-H members are doing is trying to demonstrate the soundness and the overall quality of their female projects. Our official judge, Rod McLeod, hails from McLeod Livestock, just outside of Cochrane. Him and his wife, April, and their kids, Colby and Allison and Megan, and soon to be Bobby. That wedding is happening in August. Their family continues to grow with grandkids as well. They're one of the most notable livestock producers in Alberta, Canada, and in North America. They have a purebred Charolais operation where Rod and April and family have one of the most successful annual bull sales here at Olds Regional Exhibition at the end of February. And prior to that, Rod and April managed a meat business and harvested meat and sold meat to some exclusive clients, including some of our CN hotels, as well as having a great local client base. So we're thrilled to have Rod here. Rod is one of the very few individuals that has such a holistic approach to understanding the livestock specific to the beef industry as a cow-calf producer at heart, but also understanding what our meat industry is all about and what our consumer demands are. So it's really awesome to have Rod McLeod adjudicate this, of course, as a Charolais breeder as well. You'll also see in this show ring that we have some official photographers, and I know there's lots of young people that really love to take pictures. Well, this takes it to a whole nother level. We have London Matthews, who is a very accomplished young lady, both in the show ring and also in her creative side. So London Matthews is taking pictures here in the Megadome in the ring. Jordy Buba is outside, and I think that we have also, where did she go? Oh, anyway, well, I'll come back to photography. We have comments now ready on our first split of heifers from Judge Rod McLeod.
Well, we've got an interesting class here that opens up our heifer show here this afternoon. I think we've got the most complete heifer that is up in first place here. If you take a look at her, and there's going to be some some crossover of what I was looking for in my steers. I'm looking for those females that can produce those steers. And when you analyze this heifer here, take a look at the length of body of this heifer. Extremely long bodied, really good topped. One of the really key things too is they need to be good on the ground. They got to have that good foot structure, because longevity is very, very important when we get into these females. We can maybe put up with a little structural less structure in the steers, because they have a lot less lifespan than these females. But the females, we definitely want them to have longevity, because it costs a lot of money to get them into the herd and get them into production. But this female here, like I said, you look at her, she's got a tremendous amount of length of body. She's clean fronted. She's carrying very nice weight, very attractive female. We get into our Simmental heifer here in second, and a female that has lots of body to her, has very nice foot structure, going to have a very nice udder to her, just not quite as attractive and as cleanliness up through that front end. She's a little bolder, but a female that's going to, I think, throw a lot of performance into her offspring. We got an interesting shorthorn heifer here in third place, and a heifer that's very, very attractive. A little bit more frame to her, and I'm fine with frame. I like big cattle, and so I don't have a problem using cattle that are bigger framed at all. She's really long bodied. I would like to put a little more natural muscling in this heifer. She's not showing me the expression that we're seeing in our first and second. But as far as her length of body, a very, very good positive. This female is very nice on her with her foot structure as well. She's got a real good foot under. She's maybe a little greener than the heifers above her, but that's okay too. It looks like she's going to have a nice udder, but probably going to be a really interesting female to watch this young lady exhibit over the next year or so. Then we come into our red heifer that's in fourth place here, and again, a heifer that doesn't exhibit to me maybe some of the performance characteristics I'd like to see at this stage. She just doesn't have quite the muscle structure. The difference between the shorthorn heifer and her, I like the hip structure and the way that from hooks to pin on the shorthorn heifer, just a little bit better than I do on the solid red heifer. That red heifer just has a tendency to fall off and in around her tail head. And when you get in behind her and you look, the reason that she tails off in her tail head, she doesn't have that huge muscle structure that I'd like to see a little bit more of. We come down into our black heifer here, and I'd like, for starters, I'd like to her foot structure is not as good as the other heifers here in the show. She's got a narrower foot with a longer toe to it, and could end up being a little bit of a problem down the road with this heifer. She doesn't have the overall muscle to her and shape to her that the other heifers do. But an excellent set of heifers to start. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Advancing on to our final is the entry from Ellie Doran with her Simmental Influence heifer, entry 310. Congratulations, Ellie. And second in class, also advancing, entry 321, Silver Molendick with her Simmental Influence. Third in class, entry 408, Katie Cockle. Fourth in class, entry 411, Maya Rosinki. And fifth in class, entry 313, Grayson Rosinki. Advancing in showmanship and grooming is entry 408 and 310. Both in showmanship and grooming, 408 and 310. Our next class will be class number 28. This is our second split of yearling heifers. Judge McLeod, there should be 7 entries in this class, and these are all of our February borns. So February 1st to the 26th, 7 entries in this second of 3 splits of yearling heifers. Carrie Ann Doran has the master list of showmanship and grooming advancements, and it's in the breezeway, posted on the corkboard. So if you're wanting to know who has advanced up until the heifer show, that is posted on the corkboard in the breezeway. To our far bleacher of students, the hockey girls, Callan's class is next, just so you know. So this is a testament of how these young kids put in an enormous amount of time in training their animals. There's a young showman in here who at the district heifer show a couple of weekends ago had a real time with his heifer, and she was, I think, called numerous names other than what her official name was. Well, he has worked and worked and worked with this heifer, and look at her now. Just a total babe. And that's all about the hard work and determination that our young 4-H members have. Well, congratulations. After deliberation, we're going to hear comments on this second split of yearling heifers from Judge McLeod.
Well, we've really got an interesting class here for our second class of heifers. And I think that when it comes to, the quality does run deep. Like these first four heifers that are in here, I know a lot of people might gravitate to these two black heifers in the middle here. They match very close together, and we got a little bit of differences up here. But I think that as a challenge to the young breeders is what they're breeding them to. You have to take a look at the pieces and say, okay, if I've got an array of bulls to use here, which one has the attributes that will add to my finished product, and when I select a sire. And so this black and white heifer that I've got up here in first place, there's a lot of things about this heifer that she is a tool to produce a finished product. As I stated in the steers, I'm looking for length of body. Bar none, this heifer is the longest bodied heifer that we've got in the ring. And very, very attractive. She's big. She's probably the biggest framed heifer in here. And as I said early, I like big cattle. So you don't get big cattle, you don't get big steers without having a mama cow that can raise it. Now, if you want to add some attributes from the bull that you select to her, and how you breed to her, there's a lot of choices that you can use, this heifer on. She's so attractive. She's so long-bodied. She's good-footed. She's got a good udder setting up underneath her, and I think that she's going to be a project for this young lady that will be interesting to watch over the next 2 years. Now we come to our Simmental heifer that's in second place. And if you remember the steers I picked together, you can very much envision that this maybe could be the mother of a steer that I used in about 3 years or 4 years' time, that this is the kind that produced those steers. The only thing I'd like to change just a little bit about this heifer, if I could just lengthen her spine out just a little bit. Those three steers that all had that same brand on them back there and came, the champion steer had that extra length of body. There was the steer that was in second place, a little bit more compact. This heifer's just a little bit more compact. But I'm not saying that with the right bull, you take and you nick her up, and this gentleman could have a great brood cow on his hands. And I have no doubt whatsoever that this heifer is going to be very productive. She's good on the ground. She's good on her udder. She's easy fleshing. She's just not quite as long a body. She's just a little more compact. Then we get into these two black heifers here. And again, the foot structure on these heifers, these two black heifers, is very nice. I just like the body and the muscling and the tail head a little bit better in this young man's heifer versus the young lady's heifer. But you know what? These are two really, really good heifers here. They maybe don't that strike me as attractive as the first two heifers up here, but I can see both of these making exceptional cows. And like I said, very, very nice on the ground, going to have nice udders, and they're going to be good projects for these two kids. Here comes a heifer here that when she first walked in, she caught my eye and really liked the heifer. She's just not quite as good on the ground. Left front foot could be a little problem later on in her older age. She just doesn't travel as true as the four heifers up here. She has lots of good attributes, but I hope she holds together on that one front foot for you. But good udder, beautiful profile, can really raise some steers out of this one. Could be very attractive. Then we get to the baldy heifer here. Just really like to change that tail head structure on this heifer. She's got lots of body to her. She's got lots of capacity. I just really like to change that tail head structure a little bit in order to make her more competitive today. Then we get into a heifer at the bottom of the class here, and a heifer that just doesn't show me the performance and the size that I want to have at this stage for my own personal cow herd. This heifer's got plenty of weight on her. She's got, you can see the fat deposits up around her tail head, and she's carrying quite a bit of weight, quite a bit more weight than and back fat than the others. But this heifer, to me, she slopes off from hooks to pins. She has got a little bit different set to those hind legs, and to me, I don't envision this heifer producing the steer that you showed me earlier today that we should reserve. I don't see her giving that length of body, that extra size to get to be a 1,600-pound steer that gains 3.911 pounds a day and wins the rate of gain. I don't see it out of this heifer. Maybe you can find the bull to do her, but it'll be an interesting crossbreed experiment that you'll have to do to try and produce a steer like that. But a really good quality set of heifers. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Rod. So your first place in this class, entry 201, Blake Fisk with her Simmental Cross. Congratulations, Blake. And also advancing to our championship class, the entry 217 from Colton Sandy with his Simmental Influence. Third in class, entry 311 goes to Jenner Iluk. Fourth in class, entry 412, Maya Iluk. Fifth in class, Paige Van Sickle with entry 409. Sixth in class, Lexi Sandy with entry 307. And seventh in class, Jarek Lutz with entry 405. We have a few that have double advanced into their showmanship and grooming. On the junior side, entry 201. Entry 201 has advanced in both showmanship and grooming. And in the senior division, entry 409 in showmanship and grooming, and entry 412 in showmanship. This, ladies and gentlemen, is our third and final split of yearling heifers. This is split number 3. We have 6 entries in this class, and Judge Rod McLeod, these are our January-born females, January 1st to the 27th. There'll be 6 entries in this class, 6 entries. 5, okay, there's 5. I presume Deegan is a scratch. Okay, thank you. Entry 402 is a scratch. So Judge McLeod, 5 entries. These are our January-born females. Your class is complete. ladies and gentlemen, we'll have comments
On this third and final split of yearling heifers from Judge Rod McLeod.
Well, we've got a really nice set of yearling heifers here. These top four heifers all have really good attributes in their own, but I think when it's all said and done, this black heifer that I've got up here in first spot just exemplifies a lot of the traits that I like to see in the female. She's very feminine. She's got a lot of length of body. She's got the muscle pattern that I really like to see in a young female. She's got a beautiful tail head. That muscle carries down that back leg and really has a nice hip structure to her. She's going to have a really good udder. You take a look at her feet, very square. They hit the ground. They're going to be no problem type cattle at all. I think she just comes to the top of this class very easily. The heifer in second place, I think that she has a lot of the same attributes that my first heifer has, but I think when you look at her and you analyze her on the side profile, you have to give the length of body without a doubt to that the black heifer in first place. You've got just a little bit cleaner through the shoulder and through the neck extension on that first heifer than you do on this one. And when you put them out on the move, this heifer's got a nice enough foot to her. When you put her out on the move, she's just a touch short-strided in comparison to the fluidity that we have in our top heifer. And as for those reasons, she falls into second place, but she patterns very much the same as the heifer in first place. Then we come to a heifer that this heifer's got a lot of attributes to her that I really like. I think she's really strong topped. Looks like she's going to have a nice udder development. A type of heifer that is a long body. I think this one's going to really produce some nice cattle for this young gentleman. I don't think she's just quite the same foot structure that the first two heifers have, but there's nothing wrong with it at all. But unfortunately that just puts her down just a tick. But she could produce some steers that definitely have the attributes that we're looking for in our beef production system. And I don't think she's going to have quite the udder that the first two does, but I could be proven wrong at this stage of their life. Then we come to a big black heifer, without a doubt, the biggest bodied, deepest ribbed heifer in the whole deal. I'm going to be honest, I don't need to have belly draggers. You know what? I know a lot of these young kids really like them and stuff, and it's an attribute. But as I said in my steers, it's not all the pay weight down there. But I like to have my cattle with depth of rib, adequate. But I don't need to have cattle that are belly draggers in order to make them first place. But I think when you analyze this heifer here, she's not as strong a topped as we get with the heifers up top. She just wants to relax that top line a little bit and sag there. When you analyze her muscle structure, from the rear quarter, she doesn't have near the performance that the red heifer does as far as actual plain muscling, and she's in good condition, so it's not that I'm just seeing her skinny, but she's still going to make a good cow for this young lady that she'll probably be good and productive, and it'll be interesting to see what type of bull that you made her with. Then we come down to the red heifer here at the end. Something I just like to see more performance and more power in. I just don't think that she has the muscle definition that I'm looking for in my cow herd base, but there's lots of different options to breed her to. But excellent set of 5 heifers for this class.
Thank you, Rod. So moving off in first place, entry 211 from Hiller Gardner with his Angus heifer. And in second place, entry 214, Callan Gardner with her Angus. And thank you to Mrs. Morgan's class, also the biggest cheering section. So congratulations to our top 2 heifers, Hiller and Callan. Will be coming back for our next class, our division championship. Third in class, entry 319, Jet Doran with his Simmental. Fourth in class, entry 317, Cassidy McQuaig with her Simmental. Fifth in class, entry 406, Darren Walker with his Simmental as well. So congratulations to our top 2 in our third and final split. Advancing in showmanship and grooming in our juniors is entry 214, and in showmanship 211, and in our seniors, advancing in showmanship and grooming, entry 406. So to reintroduce you to our split 1 division top 2, that is the entry from Ellie Doran, entry 310, and second in class from Silver Mollendijk, that's entry 321. From our second split, the February Borns, our class winner was Blake Fisk with entry 201, and our reserve champion in that class, entry number 217 from Colton Sandy. And in our third division, our old girls from the January class, entry 211, Hiller Gardner was first, followed by entry 214 as your second place in that third class, Callan Gardner exhibiting that heifer. And for Judge Rod McLeod, he is now going to be selecting his Grand Champion Yearling Heifer Award. And of course, there's lots of loot that comes with Champion Yearling Heifer. They are receiving a buckle sponsored by Anderson Bred Heifers and a banner. And the trophy is sponsored by Ken and Sheila McDermott of Torbay Farms. Ken and Sheila, I think, have donated that award for decades. The banner is sponsored by World Class Contracting that is being presented to our reserve champion yearling heifer. Please note that the next class after our championship is our first split of 2-year-old cow-calf pairs. So we should have 3 entries in this first split of cow-calf pairs. Class number 31 should be ringside. So while Rod deliberates on this, I have to share with you a really funny personal story that happened last night while we were having dinner at my mom and dad's. And I have to tell you that when we were growing up, Tyson and Brody and I, our dad worked off the farm so that we could enjoy the fruits of being involved in 4-H and do all the sports and all that kind of stuff. And so for a lot of years, my dad didn't get to anything 4-H related until the sale because it was after work. And he came in to cheer us on the day. And so June 28th last year, my dad retired from his work of 50 years. And this is his very first 100% full-blown achievement day. And so the reason I share this story is not to pick on my dad, rather to honor that, but to just remind the members of the sacrifices and the commitment that our families make for us to be able to do this. It is really, really important. And when you get home tonight and you're tired, and maybe you had the best day you couldn't imagine, or maybe it wasn't the day you had hoped for, just give your mom and dad a little bit of an extra squeeze and thank them for getting you here. I think that would be a wonderful thing for you to do. And with that, we'll have comments on this wicked division.
Championship class from Judge Rod McLeod.
Well, go ahead and keep clapping because these young exhibitors have done a really good job of bringing this set of females out. Give them a round of applause. So I just want to comment again that unlike the steers were a finished product. Their moment was today, where we have these heifers that are in the ring, and they're a breeding tool. And they're only as successful in the breeding field as the people that are mating them with the next sires. But you take a look at the attributes that you want and that you desire, and say, which of these females, if I do my proper job of selecting, can produce me that finished product that can rise to the top. And fundamentally, they have to be sound on the ground so that they last. But they need to have those attributes of those economic traits that we're possibly looking for in our finished product. They have to have length of body. They have to have ease of fleshing. They need to be attractive. And you know what? It doesn't hurt to have some hair either. Because whether you're selling commercial calves or you're selling breeding stock, it's amazing how at bull sales in the spring, those hairy bulls attract cattle and or attract buyers. And when they run through the sales ring, if you're selling them as feeder cattle, those hairy cattle also attract it. So even though it's hard for me to tell hair at this time of year, when I do see one that has it, that's an extra bonus round mark, I guess, when you're deciding. But we've got a really good set here, and I'm going to pick one that I use in my program. I like big cattle. I haven't said I've told that all day, and I expressed that when I was judging steers. I think that we got to make sure that we keep these cattle with enough size and enough frame and enough length of body that they transmit those traits. Some people can make the smaller cattle work just fine in their program, and I never ever discount a good small one. But if I'm out buying something for my program, it's always going to have size. And that's just me. I'm not saying that it's right or it's wrong, but that's me. I've always believed it. I've said it from day one that I like big cattle. And so I don't change my mind when I get to a show just because I find a fancy little one. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and slap two heifers that I think have got a lot of breeding potential, and I wish the members good luck in their breeding decisions, and we'll go ahead and get you some champions.
Congratulations, Blake. You are going to have our champion overall. And congratulations to Hiller Gardner, our reserve yearling champion female. Congratulations to Blake and Hiller. They will be advancing to our champion female drive, but congratulations to entry 201, your grand champion yearling heifer receiving the buckle sponsored by Anderson Bred Heifers. And of course, that's going to be a really sweet buckle to wear with some family affiliation, of course. And a trophy sponsored by Ken and Sheila McDermott and Reserve. Hiller's going to receive a banner sponsored by World Class Contracting. And Rod, as we salute these other four heifers moving to the exit, I will echo your comment about cattle and looking at some frame. Until such time as our beef industry changes, we always say around our dinner table that as long as we're getting paid by the pound, we need to have some size to our cattle and have them be efficient. And I love the comments that you made earlier today about economics. And I think that this is a really great way to share that vision with our next generation. So congratulations to the kids that knocked it out of the park with 6 of the best yearlings here. Next up, we're going to have our 2-year-old pairs. But folks, our 4-H families are going to just do a quick water of the ring just to settle the dust a little bit. It'll make London's life easier too, and Abby's, from a photography perspective. Rod wonders if there's time for carrot cake. Rod, I'd say there's always time for carrot cake. Yeah, now's a good time. Just to recap, this is probably more for some of the parents or leaders, but those that have advanced in the female classes from our first split, showmanship is 408 and 310. In the second split, entry 409 is showmanship and grooming, as well as 201. Entry 412 advances in showmanship. And in our third split, entry 214, showmanship and grooming, 211, showmanship, and entry 406, showmanship and grooming. Maybe just watch if you're in the first row of the stands. I've washed cattle with this guy before. He's a little bit of a free spirit with the hose. I'd make sure that you don't get close to Laurel. She's got grandkids that could take you down, Brody. Okay, I think we're ready to go with the first of two splits of 2-year-old cows here at our beef show ring. For Judge Rod, we have 2 splits. Each split will have 3 cow-calf pairs. Then we're going to have a champion cow-calf pair. These are all 2-year-olds. There'll be a split of 3 and followed by a split of 3. We'll have 1 single entry in the mature cow. So I have to share a really cute fun fact about Logan Finnegan, who's in the ring right now. Not only is he a regional level public speaker, but he just won reserve in overall showmanship. And he's showing in the beef show. Like, you want to talk about Like if we had like all-round cowboy at the rodeo, you'd be like the all-round cowboy. Way to go, Logan. And with that,
We'll have comments on our first put of 2-year-olds from Judge McLeod.
Well, we've got an interesting set of 2-year-olds here, and when it's all said and done, the proof is in the pudding. And ultimately, when we have all them big heifer classes and see them bred heifers, we're hoping that they're going to come back with a productive calf at their side. Sometimes the best laid plans don't always happen. But anyways, I guess I'm going to start it. I'm going to start on my third place heifer here and explain on her. We got a heifer that tremendous udder and heavy milking, but we've got a calf here that is born in May, just a May calf. And I asked this young gentleman, I said, so when do most of your cows calve at home? And he said, most of them will calve in March and a few into April and May. So it concerns me a little bit on the fertility end when we've got a nice 2-year-old, but I'm not saying that it might not have had something to do with showing her as a project last year. But fertility is very, very important. And so we have to ask those questions. This heifer milks so hard, it'll be interesting to see how much it takes out of her to make it so that she breeds back, because we can sometimes have problems that these 2-year-olds, they milk too much. They look beautiful as a 2-year-old, but as they go along as 3s and 4s and 5s, when they have this much milk, you can have a breakdown of an udder, and it does pull them down. But because the calf is so young, she bred a little late, for the gentleman. I just can't use her any higher today. Then we come to the black heifer here in second place, and it's a little deceiving, and unfortunately, I think it's a bit of an anchor on her. The calf that she has in front of her is the middle of March calf, but it's a twin. And so now I'm trying to figure out what the production is on this cow. She is calving at the time that they do calve their cattle at home. So I think the fertility-wise in this young female is good. I have a hard time judging the production of this cow when I've got a twin up front on her. They said she nursed the other one for a month before they took it off. And so it kind of puts a little bit of an anchor on this female. The other little teeny thing that concerns me a little bit, this female, just being 2-year-old, has some cracks in her front feet, and already has that. Might not be a problem, but we've seen it before in cows that when they develop it at this young of an age, that it can something that lingers on and may affect their longevity down the road. So, anyways, because of the calf being a twin. And I'm having a hard time of judging her production. I can't put her any higher today. Beautiful bodied cow, really nice udder. The type of udder and milk production you like to see in a 2-year-old. You won't ever worry about this one. Having a poor udder or having too much milk production as she gets older. So I think it'll be interesting to maybe bring her back next year with just a single calf rather than a twin. Then we get up into a female that wins the class, and you know what? This is a middle of March calf at the side of this, and now this girl's getting the job done. She is definitely, the way that they decided to mate this female is producing an excellent calf in the front. And to me, seeing is believing. You can have the prettiest one in the world, but if they can't produce them, they're not worth much. And this one does it. She's got a nice udder, to her. You might want to balance it out just a little bit in regards to the front attachment to the back, but she's doing a really good job. She's putting a lot of effort into this calf, and she's still maintaining decent condition to her. She's got good feet underneath of her. I think she's got a lot of longevity in the herd, and this young lady has figured out how to mate her, and you just keep doing that because she'll make you a bunch of money. But excellent class of 2-year-old females.
Thank you, Rod. So your champion in this class, the first split, is entry number 411 from Maya Rosenke. And second in class, entry 319, exhibited by Jet Doran. And third in class, entry 313 from Grayson Rosenke. So we'll ask Maya and Jet to be ringside because you have qualified to come to our 2-year-old championship class. And then next up, we'll have 3 more pairs that are 2-year-olds with their calves at side. We talk a lot about how you can make unbelievable relationships in our industry. And looking around the ring, I see Debbie Simpson, who has a really great history in the industry, but has probably fostered the most unbelievable relationships through her Hereford contacts. And so getting the award for the absolute farthest away to support the Eagle 4-H Multi-Achievement Day is her dear friends from the Maritimes, Victor and Nova Dawn. And so that's what relationships in the beef industry and the livestock industry and the 4-H fraternity are all about. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Victor and Nova Dawn from the Maritimes. I hope you brought some potatoes and some lobster. Oh, apples. This body wasn't built for apples, Debbie. Come on. Brett Marshall, can you come to the announcer stand, please? All right, and with that, we'll have comments on our second and
Final split from Judge Rod McLeod.
Well, we've got a very interesting class here, and I'm sure maybe a couple people are shaking their head, wondering what I'm doing here. But I got to stay true to what I believe in my breeding program, and pass it on to my opinion to the kids here. This heifer we've got in third place. Unfortunately, the udder structure on this female, she just doesn't fit into what I would consider an ideal program. She's got long teat placement on the front. I don't think she's hardly milking on the back, and I don't think for as much time and money as they've got into this cow, I believe the longevity in the cow herd is very limited. She might produce, she's got a great, a great calf on the front here, a mid-January calf, and I hope the genetics from the sire side kick in and help and fix that udder. The cow herself, you like the body to her, you like the performance to her, you like the structure to her, and you like the feet quality on her. But at my age, I can't be messing around with udders that don't work. And unfortunately, young lady, you've got a nice cow, but I just think her days are numbered. And trying to create seed stock out of her and fix her in one generation will be a little bit challenging. So then we come to the other one that's in second, and boy, I'll tell you what, when this one started walking in the ring, I said to myself, there's an easy class winner. When they first come in, that heifer calf is as striking as you want to make one. She's as pretty as a picture, just beautiful, beautiful. But I'm judging cows too, and unfortunately, this cow has got similar problems to the red cow that's following her. She's a beautiful cow profile-wise. You can't make one. You can't make one any nicer until you get to her udder. She's blind on one quarter, on the back corner, and I don't know how much she's milking on the other. And again, maybe she just got enough milk in the front two quarters that she'll do a really good job producing cattle for this young lady. But as far as structurally to go ahead, the longevity, she's milking on, to me, 2.5 quarters, and so. No matter how good they are, I can't take and put her up. But if she had a good udder to her, she's a hands down probably champion of the show. sitting here with that heifer calf and the way that she's made, but unfortunately, just something I can't overcome. So we get to this black pair here, and so you know what? She just has she's the most fault-free of the ones we've got. Take a look at her feet, excellent feet there. She's got adequate milk production. She's doing a good job on this heifer calf here. She's got some length to body. She's got some size and some capacity to her. The heifer calf, January heifer calf, doing really good on the side of her. And so to me, when you sort them all out, this is the easy class winner of this class. She just ties. She's the most fault-free of the bunch, but interesting set of 2-year-olds.
Thank you, Judge McLeod. So your champion and advancing to the championship class is the entry from Maya Aluk with her Simmental Cross, entry 412. Second in class went to Raylyn Sandy, entry 320 with her Simmental Cross. And third went to entry 307, Lexi Sandy with her Simmental Cross. I don't know if I mentioned in the first split, advancing in showmanship was 313 and 319. So those were advancements in the intermediates. And advancing in showmanship in the intermediates is entry 320. And in showmanship and grooming, advancing 412. Which brings me to a really important point. If you have advanced in showmanship, you can pick any of your project animals, but they must be your project animals to show in showmanship finals. So you may have qualified 1, 2, or 3 times, but you do need to take whatever is one of your 4-H project animals. Just providing clarity from that. So to reintroduce you to our class winner from our first split, entry 411 from Maya Rosinki with her Simmental Cross. And second in that class from Jet Doran, his Angus influence female, that was entry 319. Our class winner from the most recent class from Maya Aluk, her Simmental Cross with entry 412. And second in that class, Raylyn Sandy, entry 320 with her Simmental influence. So our judge, Rod McLeod, will be determining our champion 2-year-old. And of course, we want to make sure that our single entry 3-year-olds is in the ring, and our top 2 yearling heifers, because we're only 2 single entry classes away from our championship. 1 single entry. So please make sure that those bred heifers are up.
Let's give these kids a round of applause. It's a lot of work to bring these 2-year-olds out and get them ready and have calves and everything. We did a lot with our kids and stuff, and I know the work and the time and the effort that it takes, and the effort to be working with them and halter breaking them and getting them bred and getting them presented. This pair that came out of the first class here, I think this young lady has figured out how to mate this heifer, and to me the product that's standing in front of her is the best part of her. She's doing a really good job on that calf, and the genetics that they decided to breed her to that definitely worked there. So I give her a lot of credit for doing that. The heifer that came out of the second class with her calf, you can see a lot of similarities in the type and kind of the calf and the profile as you do in the cow herself. I always make the comment that when I'm judging 2-year-old pairs, I do put a lot of emphasis on the calf, but I will give it a little bit of leeway from the fact that I understand if you're breeding these heifers for the first time to get calving ease, you know, the cow, you know, potentially bred to a bull with more power, you know, the next year can really knock it out of the park. And as long as you get that first calf on the ground, it's good and healthy, and it comes easy, and you don't have to help it and stuff. You know, once in a while you give up a touch of performance on the calf, you know, that's on the side of the 2-year-old, and so then you say, okay, now that we've got the first calf out of this cow, what can we really take and make this female produce? And when I analyze these 2 females here, as far as the cows and the potential of rebreeding them and the production, I'm going to go ahead and use this black pair here, right here, as your champion 2-year-old, and we'll go ahead and use this Simmental pair here. Both very nice individuals.
Well, congratulations to the Mayas. It's the Maya show in the 2-year-olds. So congratulations to Maya Aluk, who's going to take home the champion 2-year-old. And that this class is sponsored by Orich Transport. So congratulations to entry number 412. Maya Aluk is our champion 2-year-old. And a reserve champion 2-year-old sponsored by Utility Safety Partners is going to Maya Rosinki. So congratulations to Maya and Maya as our 2 champions that will advance to the championship class. Another special mention, looking out earlier, we talked about generations. And I look over to the northeast corner of the show ring, and I see another family that has multi-generations. And Mrs. Marshall, it is wonderful to see you. And we love that you are here to support. Alan and Leona are here in the crowd as well. 2 of their kids have been around. Of course, Brett Marshall is our marshal for the day. Luke was here earlier. And even though your great-grandkids are in the Bowen Club and not in Eagle, we'll pay a little special tribute to them as well. Thank you, Mrs. Marshall, for being here today. Judge McLeod, this is class number 34. This is our 3-year-old project, and this is brought to you by Grayson Rosinki, entry 313. And our champion 3-year-old cow-calf pair class is sponsored by Combined Fabrication, class number 34. So in the marshalling area, the always great and handsome Brett Marshall is got our class lined up and ready. So without the 3-year-old, he's got all the pieces there. So thank you again to our official marshal, Mr. Marshall.
Well, we've got a single entry here, and this young gentleman's done a good job of bringing this cow to us here. Got a cow that's extremely easy fleshing. She's got a mid-March calf on her in the program there. I think she's doing a really good job on that calf there. This cow, she's easy keeping. If I could change, I'd just stand her up and put a little more heel under her on the front there, and maybe just shorten up those front teats just a little teeny bit. But that's being really critical on a good young female. Shows you how hard it is to make them come back year after year. When we start out with 25 of them, and then we get down to 6, and we get down to 1. So, anyways, this young man's done a good job, and we'll comment more on her in the championship class.
Thank you, Rod. So our champion 3-year-old is the entry from Grayson Rosinki with his Simmental Influence female, entry 313. And I think, Grayson, you get to kind of just hang out over by the panels there, because I think that we're ready to introduce you to our champion females that are going to be vying for the championship title. So to reintroduce you to our champion yearling heifers, our champion is entry 201, shown by Blake Fisk. And our reserve yearling champion, entry 211, from Hiller Gardner. And then our 2-year-old champions. We congratulate entry 412, Maya Aluk, with her Simmental Influence 2-year-old, followed in by our reserve champion 2-year-old, entry 411, who is Maya Rosinki. And of course, Grayson Rosinki with entry 313 rounds out the division as our champion from the 3-year-old. So there's a lot of 4-H clubs around the province that maybe do not have their female show at their steer show achievement day. And one of the things, I'm going to have a little bit of a bias here. The steers are exciting, they sell, and our 4-H members have some compensation from that steer sale. But the breeding female show is always my favorite. And I'll tell you why. Because when all 3 of us kids were in 4-H, the steers are what bought our first vehicle, the net profits from all of those steer sales. But what put us through college and university and created a legacy herd for us was the females. And so you want to talk about economics. When Rod talked earlier about picking steers that have economics, the females are the ones, should they be great picks and should they be the ones that are good producers, are certainly a great basis of a cow-calf operation for a lot of these kids. And I know every single one of the young people in this particular class have a foundation that is really strong. And I think that's a testament of what is out in the ring today. Even at the age of 9, which I think is our youngest member in the ring, they have a lot more than just one animal in the herd. And so I think this is an excellent way to demonstrate what it's like to get into the cow-calf industry. Also, if there is a 4-H member, I have a $5 bill and a challenge for a 4-H member. I'll give them $5 to the first kid who can bring me an ice-cold Coke Zero. If anybody has a Coke Zero that's cold and a 4-H member brings it to me, I'll give them $5. Just pass it along. So our next class after our champion female here is going to be our junior showmanship. And I believe that there's been a number of folks dedicated to updating the list, but the list that I have is entry 201, 209, 210, 211, 212, 214, and 217. A number of those are multiple qualifiers, but I'll run through the list one more time just to avoid saying the kids' names. I'll keep it to the numbers. 201, 209, 210, 211, 212, 214, and 217. And just before we get into showmanship, we will do a herd class. So stay tuned for that. another family I want to pay tribute to sitting over at the north end of the show ring is past Eagle 4-H leaders Richard and Sandra Schrader, who are here sitting with their niece and great niece. So thank you to Richard and Sandra for always supporting the Eagle 4-H Club. Let's put our hands together for the Schraders.
Well, let's give these kids a round of applause here as we're getting to the the conclusion of the confirmation part of this show. They've had a fairly long day already, and but they've sure done a good job of bringing out an excellent set of cattle for me to look at here today. I want to thank the club for asking me to come out and give my opinion here today. I hope that through my reasons that you can see what I'm looking for, what I'm trying to achieve, and hope that just some of the members take a small bit of what I've said and can put it to use in their programs, in their future endeavors in the livestock business. Like I said, it's very easy to see that this is a strong agriculture based group of kids here. They've been extremely pleasant to work with all day. They've been courteous, continually smiling and very accommodating when talking with them. They all seem to know their cattle very well, and so they've done an excellent job. So let's give them a big round of applause. As I said earlier, I look at the females just a touch different. I look at these as not as a finished product, but as a breeding tool. And I think we've got a couple of individuals here that are unique, in what they offer these young members to go ahead and do. The one thing is, though, that being able to see that first production always helps. These young heifers and stuff like that. They can always look good at this stage of their life, but they've got to get bred. They've got to drop an udder. They've got to calve. They've got to milk, and they've got to be productive once you've decided to mate them. The older cattle here, we're getting a glimpse into their what their abilities are, and so then we have to imagine if we take and mate them another way, what the final product will be. But I said that it's now in the hands of the kids and the parents to put the equation together and come up with a finished product out of these females that will allow for the kids to merchandise the finalized product. But anyways, as I said, this will be the last you hear from me today here. So again, thank you very much for having me. Thank you to my ringman for all of the great assistance. We didn't have to wait or didn't have to slow down at all. Everything moved along really good. I'll go ahead and pick you out a couple champions in my mind, and we'll again, thank you very much for having me out. It's been a pleasure.
Way to go, Maya Aluk takes home your champion female with her 2-year-old pair. And that smile says it all, folks. And congratulations to Blake Fisk, your reserve champion club female. Blake and Maya, what a run those females have had. Great girls. Thank you, Braden, for being on the halter. And what a lineup of club champion females. So Congratulations once again to Maya and Blake. And I think London Matthews just got the best shot of the day. Congratulations, folks. Also, a special shout out to Emma Crease. She's $5 richer and brought me the best tasting drink I've had all day. Thank you, Emma. Our next class, folks, is going to be our herd class. The herd class, and we have Grayson, who is going to be bringing his other 2 projects in. So congratulations to all of our next class will be our champion herd before we get into our showmanship. I was remiss in saying that our champion female received a buckle from Frayed Knot, banner by Eagle Ridge Semitals, and of course the memorial, Tom Wilsey Memorial, one of the most coveted awards in the club. That is the trophy. Reserve champion female got a buckle from Plains Midstream and a banner sponsored by Mayton Farms. And of course the annual trophy sponsored by the Ira Roberts Memorial, the Richardson family. So thank you once again to those sponsors. Class 36 is up. We're going to get Grayson to have all of his help bring in his 5 animals. 5 animals will be coming in: his yearling heifer, 2-year-old, and 3-year-old. With that, we'll have comments from Judge.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give this young man a real big round of applause. This is probably the pinnacle class of the 4-H achievement. I know how hard it is and how much work it is and how much dedication a young man like this has to do in order to bring 3 females and 2 cows for the group project, and it just shows you how hard it is to do. He could have stood a lot more competition if there would have been there, but you can see some consistency in what he's trying to do in his breeding program, and the maternal influence that he's got here, and I take my hat off to you. Good job, congratulations. It doesn't happen very often. I'm glad you achieved it at such a young age.
Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, we've had an absolutely splendid day with our official beef judge, Rod McLeod, and on behalf of McLeod Livestock, your gorgeous wife, April, who's always alongside. And let me tell you, this is a team, because there is nobody in our business that works together better than this pair. I mean, they have some of the busiest schedules. They're at sales, they calve a whole schwack of cows, and they are at every junior event, and they're sponsors, and they're supporting. So let's put our hands together one more time, folks, for Rod McLeod of McLeod Livestock. our next class into the ring is going to be our junior showmanship class. And folks, we've got lots of juniors that advanced in this division. And so, of course, we'll want you to bear with us as we make sure that each and every one of those kids gets the opportunity to participate in the junior showmanship. And Justine, with a up or down, are we doing junior showmanship and then junior grooming? Or are we doing all the showmanship and then all the grooming? Okay, we'll play it by ear. How about? Because all of our kids, like if we do the junior showmanship and the junior grooming, then they're done. And there's a lot of crossovers. Oh, Brody's waving his hands. No, that's not happening. Bad idea. Nope, we're not doing that. Bad idea. Showmanship all first and then all grooming. My bad. Sorry, Brod. Showmanship, junior, intermediate, senior. And then we'll do junior, intermediate, senior grooming. All right. I've always been told by my younger brother what to do. Yes. So ladies and gentlemen, one of the most outstanding young people, I adore the heck out of her, and she has the most contagious laugh and smile, one of the happiest humans you'll ever know, has a special presentation. So I would like to introduce Ellie Doran.
Hi, I'm Ellie Doran, and I am an intermediate member and the 2024 Grand Champion Steer owner. And behalf of the Eagle Beef and Multi 4-H Club, we'd like to thank Oldstoberfest and C5 Rodeo for buying the last couple Grand Champion steers.
And they also, what else do they do for us?
They also allow us to go to the Oldstoberfest Rodeo to sell programs.
They give us all the money back.
They give us all the money back, which is a super great donation, and we're so lucky to have them in our 4-H community. So let's have a big round of applause for our Friends of 4-H Eagle Beef winners. C5 Rodeo and Oldstoberfest.
So we have Jillian Grant and Michaela Bauer ringside here from the Oldstoberfest management team, and what an incredible pair of ladies these are, who have been completely dedicated to the production of Oldstoberfest that is held at the Olds Regional Exhibition every September. So thank you once again to Oldstoberfest. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together one more time. Friends of 4-H, there you have it. And thank you, Ellie, for that terrific introduction. And we should be ready to go now with our junior showmanship. And we need one more. See, the voices from 4-H members are always robust and beautiful, no matter how loud or soft, right? Well, then let's play some fun music for a couple of moments until we have our final piece of the junior puzzle. So folks, we were just waiting on official photos to conclude, and now that they have, we're ready to go with our beef showmanship in our junior division. Our juniors have qualified once or twice or 3 times, and they get the choice of which animal to take of their 4-H project animals into the showmanship finals. And so entering into the ring is entry 201, Blake Fisk, entry 210, Jaden McQuaig, entry 214, Callan Gardner, entry 209, Chet Simpson, entry 211, Hiller Gardner, entry 212, Maddie Black, and entry 217. Oh. 217, our final entry in the class, Colton Sandy. We have 7 entries in our junior championship drive. Our judge for today is Raymond Turney. Raymond is currently a local boy. We introduced Raymond earlier as our honorary Albertan, and he is through and through. We've had him longer than BC had him, so that's it. He's an Albertan. And of course, Raymond played an incredible role at Remitall Farms and is currently at Belvin Angus, but one of the most knowledgeable, passionate, hardworking guys you'd ever find. And of course, Raymond grew up in this industry, showing some of the most winning steers and females, and will be supporting any seed stock producer that is of a high caliber, because he is too. So we're thrilled to have Raymond Turney, fondly referred to by his friends as Mayday. And now, folks, we're going to have comments from our showmanship judge, Raymond Turney.
We should all give a round of applause for a strong set of junior showmen. Judged a few shows this year, and this is definitely the strongest junior class I've judged. So, a round of applause. To me, when you're showing, one thing that I've always been taught, and it's always stuck with me, is when you're setting up your animal, is use your show halter as a steering wheel. I see that with all these members out here. The other thing is, I always told by my parents and my grandparents is stay as calm as possible. You almost want to be so calm that you're almost invisible out there. So, yeah, a great class of junior members, and I go pick my grand in reserve. Thanks.
Thank you, Raymond. And they are a strong set of juniors. You'll see this set of juniors at our district show, our regional show. You're going to see many of them at the 4-H Alberta provincial show. And they are a very high-quality set of kids, high-quality set of families. Congratulations, Blake Fisk is your junior champion showman. Congratulations, Blake, as you pull out on parade with that gorgeous little heifer of yours. Congratulations, Blake. And our reserve champion is going to Callan Gardner. Congratulations to Blake and Callan. They find themselves at the top of a showmanship class fairly often. So congratulations, girls. And congratulations to the rest of our class. Hiller, Colton, Maddie, Jaden, and Chet. What a group of juniors. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the juniors. Our juniors have a championship class, and I am sure there's going to be some amazing sponsors. It's not listed in your show program, but I know that those sponsors are awesome. We thank them very much, and I'm sure the kids will send them a wonderful thank you. But there will be some awards that will be presented to our junior showmen. Congratulations. Next up is going to be our intermediate showmanship class on the beef section. Intermediates will be up next. Of course, if you're following along in your show program and you're like, well, what is the difference between junior, intermediate, and senior? In the ages, of course, the age divisions are 9 to 11 for juniors, 12 to 14 for intermediates, and 15 to 20 for seniors. So these are our 12 to 14-year-olds intermediates, and we have quite a few of them coming into the ring. We'll start off with entry 301, Callie Crease, followed by 306, Sabella Black, 307, Lexi Sandy, 310 is Ellie Doran, entry 311 is Brandon McDermott, entry 315 is Sarah Scott, entry 319, Jet Doran. Entry 320 is Raylan Sandy. And entry 313 is Grayson Rosinke. So Judge Raymond Turney, you're going to have your work cut out for you in this class with 9 intermediate showmanship that have made the finals, 9 in this intermediate division. And we'll let these showmen show their stuff and give our Judge Raymond Turney an opportunity to select his grand and reserve grand champion. Those are sponsored by Ty Cal Inspection and Louise Schrader. unpopular thing for me to say, but I'll say it anyway. This is what makes farm kids so great. And it's because they work all darn day and they can do showmanship, they can do confirmation classes, they're supporting each other, they're out there in the back giving everybody a high five, and they still have the sale to go tonight. And it's about farm kids being tough. And you don't have to live on a farm to be a farm kid. That's also a very important thing. Farm kids come in all shapes and sizes, and they live in many different places, but there is something special about farm kids. So some of you may be wondering why our official judge, Raymond Turney, is taking some time, and I'll give you a couple of clues. And that is that often the cream of the crop sift themselves out by just leaving the class sit. And how you remain cool, how you keep your animal cool, how you help each other. And I think with that, he's ready. Give comments on our intermediate final drive here from Judge Raymond Turney.
Just how Tracy said, to me, there's nothing worse when you work with somebody with cattle that's not cool and calm. I don't know, everybody here probably has that experience, and to me, those days are days that I never enjoyed. These young intermediate showmen all deserve a round of applause because they all done their homework at home. I know the day's long. I've loved sitting over there watching. Showing is something that I really enjoy. It's a huge passion of mine. But it's all, how I said, is cool, calm. Use that halter as a steering wheel. Not overusing your show stick. See a lot of people showing, they just scratch and scratch and scratch and poke and poke and poke. And to me, that's overusing it. Yeah, I go pick my champion reserve. All good. Great job from everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Raymond. You want to talk about cool, calm, and collected. Congratulations, Jet Doran. He is your intermediate champion. Way to go, sir. Congratulations. Entry 319, Jet Doran is your intermediate champion showman. But you won't find two calmer parents as well. And Sabella Black is your intermediate reserve champion. Congratulations, Sabella. Of course, Sabella is our entry 306. So congratulations to Jet and Sabella as your top two representing the intermediate championship class. Congratulations, you two, and thank you to our sponsors, Ty-Cal Inspection and Louise Schrader. And a special thank you to Brooklyn Van Sickle, who is our Bowden Rodeo Days queen and just a gorgeous individual inside and out. And she is our official ribbon presenter today, but her best title is alumni of the 4-H Club. So thank you to Brooklyn for passing out our awards today. And let's put our hands together one more time for our intermediates, folks. What a great group. All right, next into our ring is our old timers, we'll call them. This is our senior showmanship division. So we've got entry 401, Austin Cartwright. Entry 409, Paige Van Sickle. Entry 412, Maya Aluk. Entry 410, Braden Scott. Entry 411, Maya Rosenke. Entry 405, Jarek Lutz. Entry 406, Darren Walker. And entry 408, Katie Cockhill. So Judge Raymond, you have 8 entries in this very competitive senior showmanship finals. I think to our Marshal Brett, we are having an overall club champion. So we'll want to make sure that our 2 juniors, Blake and Callan, and our 2 intermediates just declared, Jet and Sabella, are close to ringside because there will be a overall champion club showman. Our champion senior beef showman is sponsored by Thai Cal Inspection, and our reserve award sponsored by Marlec Agencies. with great deliberation, we're ready for comments from our judge, Raymond Turney.
When you get to the senior division here, to me, speed is the name of the game. These animals should be walked into place with little show sticks being used, and stay calm and quiet and collected as much as you can. This is a tough decision. I still haven't made my decision yet, but yeah, all these senior members, you can tell they all work at home with their projects, and they should be very proud of that, and they all deserve a round of applause. Thank you.
Congratulations to Darren Walker, entry 406, is your champion senior showmanship, followed by Paige Van Sickle, entry 409. Congratulations to Darren and Paige, your two senior club champions, and receiving the awards from Tycal Inspection and Marlec Agencies. Congratulations, Darren. Congratulations, Paige. You're going to join our two juniors and intermediates, and we're going to declare the best in the club, our Beef Club champion showman, next. Okay, guys, so what we are going to do now is have our Beef Club showmanship. The sheep folks did this earlier today, where they had their top two junior, intermediate, and senior showmen compete against each other to have the overall Beef Club champion showman. If you're following along in your show program, this is class number 40. And all that our judge, Raymond Turney, is going to do is declare one overall champion showman. The buckle is presented by Tychem Electric and banner by Loyal Energy. And so all that we are doing is bringing our top two in, our champion junior, Blake Fisk, and reserve champion junior, Callan Gardner. Joining them, our intermediate champion, Jet Doran, and Sabella Black. And then from our most recent class in the seniors, we have Darren Walker, followed by our reserve champion, Paige Van Sickle. And so all that our judge, Raymond Turney, is going to do right now is declare the overall Beef Club champion showman. no one said showmanship was ever easy. And for anyone that knows me, I believe that the foundation of showmanship is really, really, really important. And you can see that there's a really strong foundation in all of these kids from all of these different age divisions. But really what it comes down to at a level at this point is what is personal preference. And that's the part about this that frustrates me sometimes, because I suspect that Raymond and I might look for the same thing. But my buddy Carter Wood up here on the announcer stand might have something else he prioritizes over something that we do. And because it's very personal, it does mean that you might have a showmanship winner at a club level that maybe doesn't advance at a district or regional level or vice versa. But the most important part is that just like sportsmanship, we're all giving it our all 100% of the time. So that's why judging showmanship is a thankless job. And with that, we'll have comments on this class from
Judge Raymond Turney.
All 6 of these 4-H members deserve a round of applause because it's incredible hard work at home, and you can tell that they all done it. As Tracy said, showmanship is a foundation, and something I took a lot of pride in. I was from Vancouver Island, and to come to the junior shows like national-wise, I couldn't compete with like heifer projects or steer projects because I was such at a disadvantage showing against them because their herds were much bigger than mine. I think the largest amount of cows I've ever had was about 3. So, but showmanship. But I knew if I practiced at my showmanship, I can compete with them. So, to me, that's why showmanship is so important. Is you're just presenting your animals the best you can. Doesn't matter where in the ring you are, you're always showing that animal off. So I go pick my champion overall, and all these members should be very proud because they've all done a great job. Thanks.
Thank you, Raymond. And one of the most humble guys, because I'm not sure there was anyone more winning in the entire province of BC than Raymond Turney. Well, congratulations. Our youngest member is our overall club champion. Congratulations, Blake Fisk, and that gorgeous little baldy heifer that you have. What a dynamic team that you are, and demonstrating that juniors are every bit as competitive and awesome as our intermediates and seniors. So congratulations to Blake Fisk, our club champion beef showman. And taking home the buckle, sponsored by Tychem Electric. Of course, Tyson Gardner is one of the ringmen and one of the partners in Tychem Electric with his partner Dan Kemery. And banner, sponsored by Loyal Energy. And we quite like Loyal Energy. Our family has been employed by them, and they are a great local oil company that invest in our local community. So thank you to Tychem and Loyal, and congratulations to Blake as she takes home the buckle for overall champion showman. That's it for our overall showman. We're going to do our grooming next. Our junior grooming will be next. And just for clarity, the sheep and cleaver costume class is scheduled for 4:45, and we will not go any sooner than 4:45. So it will happen at 4:45 or just a tick after. But there was questions about whether or not if we were done early, would we go early with the costume class? And the answer to that is no. We'll stick to the schedule at 4:45. So in our grooming for juniors, we'll welcome back entry 201, 209, 211, and 214. 4 juniors are coming back for grooming, entry 201, 209, 211, and 214. So coming into the ring right now, entry 209, Chet Simpson, followed by entry 211, Hiller Gardner, entry 201, Blake Fisk, and entry 214 is Callan Gardner. In the intermediate side, advancing into grooming, is entry 302, Haley Pipke, 307, Lexi Sandy, entry 308, Gavin Lutz, entry 310, Ellie Doran, entry 311, Brandon McDermott, entry 317, Cassidy McQuaig, and entry 320, Raylyn Sandy. In the intermediates, we have entry 401, Austin Cartwright, entry 409, Paige Van Sickle, entry 410, Braden Scott, entry 411, Maya Rosinski, entry 412, Maya Aluk, entry 408, Katie Cockhill, and entry 406, Darren Walker. We'll have comments on our junior grooming class, and also our Judge Raymond Turney is going to announce his training awards as well.
For everybody who knows me best, grooming is something that I take huge pride in. I'm usually the guy out back grooming away. I hardly ever get to watch a show. This is probably the first show in a long time where I got to sit there and watch a show, and I enjoyed it all day. So thank you for that. For grooming, this is probably the worst time of year to be grooming. Animals are shedding their hair, and that's a natural thing. Some animals have lots of hair, some have no hair. So you just have to work with what you got. And to me, you can see a good groomer with the hair they have by what they do at home. All 4 junior members here should be proud. Grooming and working hair and doing all the stuff at home to get ready for this day is a lot of work. I've been through it a lot, and something I still do, and I like doing too. So thank you.
Excellent. And Raymond, you are going to go shake the hands of your top grooming and reserve, and then will we announce our training? Yeah, okay. So congratulations to Callan Gardner, who is going to take home your champion grooming. And that award is in memory. Nope, I don't have it. And then our reserve grooming is Blake Fisk. And now our judge is going to tell us who won training and reserve. And on the training side, we're going to reverse those two girls, and it's going to be Blake is champion and Callan is reserve. Junior grooming is in memory of Kirsten Gardner, and junior training is sponsored by Cosmopolitan Country. So thank you so much to the Kirsten Gardner family and Cosmopolitan for your grooming and training. And again, our champion in grooming, Callan Gardner, and reserve Blake, and then the girls swap in training. Callan first, or Blake Fisk first, and Callan reserve. So congratulations to the girls. Don't want to. The boys do such an amazing job, but it's really hard to get around those two girls. They are extraordinarily talented girls. So let's put our hands together one more time for our top 4 juniors. So in our intermediate grooming, we have entry 307, Lexi Sandy. Entry 311, Brandon McDermott. Entry 302, Haley Pipke. And entry 317, Cassidy McQuaig. There was a couple scratches, Raymond, out of this class, so that's why you're only left with 4. 5, I'm sorry. There's one more. The 5th entry in class is entry number 310. This is Ellie Doran.
Grooming is something that's I take a lot of pride in. This time of year, it's definitely hard. Animals are losing going into their winter coats to summer coats, and it's a natural thing. They shouldn't be discouraged by it. You just got to work with what the hair you got, but you could still do it, in my mind. Yeah, all 5 of these members should be proud to be out here. They all did a terrific job. Their animals are all clean, clipped, presented as best they can. Yeah, just go pick my Grand and Reserve. Thanks.
Well, congratulations goes out to our entry 307 from Lexi Sandy. She's going to be your champion groomer, receiving the award in memory of Kirsten Gardner. And reserve in our grooming division in the intermediates goes to Ellie Doran. Those are duplicate winners because not only did they win champion grooming and reserve, both girls, but they also are going to take home the awards for training. So congratulations to Lexi and to Ellie, champion groomers and trainers, folks. Both awards, both girls. Congratulations. So, Sean, I was asking Ashton what happened to his eye. And before he had a chance to tell me, I said, it's probably your dad's scrappy genetics. You got into a real Donnie, didn't you? And he said, yeah, I fought a moose, and he won. And then he asked me, is it true that my dad was a bit scrappy? So in our senior division here, we have entry 406, Darren Walker, entry 401, Austin Cartwright, entry 410, Braden Scott, entry 409, Paige Van Sickle, entry 412, Maya Aluk, entry 408, Katie Cockhill, and entry 411, Maya Rosinski. Comments from Judge Turney on his senior division grooming and training.
You can definitely tell with the senior members they're getting a lot of experience, and you can tell that by the job they've done. To me, when you're grooming, when I was younger, my biggest focus was the back leg. Sometimes I got myself caught and I only did the back legs and I forgot about everything else. But yeah, sometimes the top line is just as important, or a tail that's glued or combed out. Yeah, all these members should be very happy on what they did, because it's been a long day, and to keep your animal fitted all day is a huge chore while you're showing at the same time. Yeah, they all should be proud and they deserve a round of applause. Thanks.
Well, congratulations go to Paige Van Sickle, entry 409. She's your champion groomer. Congratulations, Paige. And Maya Aluk is your reserve champion senior groomer, entry 412. Congratulations to Paige and Maya, your champion groomers. And the same way goes for training. Often you'll find that these girls are excellent showmen, they're excellent groomers, they're excellent trainers, and there you go, folks. There's your two champions in the senior grooming, receiving an award in memory of Kirsten Gardner. And in training, sponsored by Cosmopolitan Country. So congratulations, guys. I think training awards has been going the same way as the grooming, so I think we're done with this class. Congratulations to a really, really high-quality group of 7 seniors. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together one more time. So for anyone marking their show program, following along, our next class is going to be our class number 41, and that is our sheep and cleaver costume class. But we're going to take a little bit of a break because that won't start until 4:45, so in about 20 minutes. And that will be the end of our confirmation and showmanship grooming for the day, and we'll then break for supper and get ready for an amazing sale time. So come back to the ring here at 4:45. I think that's in about 20 minutes time, and we'll do one of the highlights, the sheep and cleaver costume class. Most especially, we would like to thank Brett Marshall as our... Could we have Tyson Gardner, Nick Fisher, and Brett Marshall? Look at this handsome trio of an audience. We would really love for you to acknowledge the many miles that these 3 handsome individuals have contributed to the day thus far. And I believe that the club has a little something special for you. And of course, Brooklyn Van Sickle as our most delighted Eagle 4-H alumni is going to picture with these guys, and we've got a little thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our 2 ringmen, Tyson Gardner, Nick Fisher, and our marshal, Brett Marshall. You realize the 3 of you have a lifelong contract? So there's that. Oh, of course. Mayday, come. Grab a... Raymond, please come and grab your appreciation gift. Judge Raymond Turney. Thank you, guys. It's awesome to have volunteers like you that step up and go above and beyond. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And And again, we're going to take a brief break.
And of course, we need to thank our announcer for the day, Miss Tracy Gardner. She's been amazing. She's kept us on track all day, lots of fun, and she's rolled with every punch we threw at her, and we threw a lot of punches. So thank you, Tracy.
I'm not sure if our exhibitors can hear me over in the stalling area, but it is 4:45, and we are ready to get started with our class that is our sheep and costume class. This is class number 41, sheep and cleaver costume class. So if you can hear me, it means that you need to be in the marshalling area with your entry in class number 41. So class number 41 has become quite a highlight here at the Eagle 4-H Club Achievement Day. This is the sheep and cleaver costume class. And I believe that we will have Monica Rosinki as our official ringman. And to introduce you to the judge for the day, we are excited to have Brooklyn Van Sickle. And Brooklyn is an alumni of the Eagle 4-H Club and is a very accomplished young lady. She just completed her first year at Lakeland College in Vermilion, focusing on the animal science faculty, and is also the Bowden Days Rodeo Queen, probably one of her most fun jobs that she has had recently. And she is a very talented public speaker. She is unbelievable as an animal husbandry and horsemanship gal, comes from a very strong family. And of course, we're delighted to have Brooklyn be a very special part of this day. It's weird not to have you in the ring on the end of the halter, but it's also wonderful to have you in this capacity. So ladies and gentlemen, sit back and enjoy. This is class number 41, the sheep and cleaver costume class. It's super fun. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pass the mic over to our amazing official judge, Brooklyn, for this outstanding opportunity to learn a little bit more about each of our exhibitors here in the sheep and cleaver costume class.
Alrighty, thank you, Tracy. I'm going to take you guys through and we're going to figure out what all these costumes are. So who do we have here?
You don't know my name? Anyways, I'm Macy Farr, and we need to make this snappy because I have an appointment at the spa and I need to get back to my private jet with my Gucci bag.
Oh my goodness. Okay, who is this?
I'm Georgia Farr, and I'm a ball player, and my sheep's a ball.
Wow, I love it. Who do we have here?
I'm Colt Crease, and I'm a bull rider.
And who's this beside you?
Johannes.
Wow. Okay. And who's right here?
I'm Peyton, and I'm a surfer who got attacked by a shark.
Wow, you look pretty good. And who's here?
I'm Cassidy Finnegan, and my sheep is a lambulance.
Wow, I love it. And what's this?
I'm Rowan Piver, and I'm a farmer, and my sheep's a tractor.
Alrighty, and who's right here?
I'm Nathan, and this is our Stanley Cup sheep.
Sadly, the Oilers are probably going to take away the cup.
Hopefully not, but who's right here?
I'm Ashton, and this is my sheep, Trisha.
And what's your guys' costume?
Hula dancers.
I like it. Who do we have here?
I'm Graham Carew, and my sheep is a quad.
And you're dressed up to be the quadder?
Yes.
All right. And who's this?
I'm Carter, and I'm a sheriff, and my sheep's my horse.
All right. And who do we have here?
I'm Denton, and I'm a web, and my sheep's a spider.
That's really cool. Who's right here?
Hi, I'm Charlie Simpson, and I'm a gardener, and my calf's a flower pot with flowers around its neck.
Wow, it's beautiful. And who do we have down here?
My name's Sykes Black, and my calf is the deer, and I'm the hunter.
Perfect. I love it. You guys have some really amazing costumes. You're going to make this really hard on me to decide. I love all the creativity and ideas you guys brought out today. So with that, I'm going to pick my top three, so first, second, and third.
All right.
Thank you, Brooklyn. I think, Sykes, you didn't get a chance to do your stance to prove us that you're the hunter. Can you give us the stance one more time? We missed the stance. There we go. Is that Rowan? Rowan, you just were selected for our champion, I think. And Macy, our second place, and now we're looking for third. Congratulations. Sykes is our third place. So Rowan, Macy, and Sykes are your top three in the sheep and cleaver costume class. And I think that you guys we just have to pause for a moment, because the amount of creativity and imagination that goes into this is super fun. Like, I'm really worried about Logan. No one was concerned about the casualty that Logan is. He's hurt here, right? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for this really fun class. Now, in order for you guys to receive your prizes, we will ask you to take your livestock back and come back to the show ring, and our folks will provide you with some prizing then. No, it's already happened? Oh, there's a prize for everybody. So please make sure that you take your livestock back, and the showmen can come back and receive their prizes. One more time, folks, what a highlight. Hands together. ladies and gentlemen, I think that is it for our programming for right now. It's 5 minutes to 5. And I know that the amazing Westview Co-op folks are setting up for what is always a delicious dinner. And then we're going to get into our sale, which is one of the most memorable parts of our day, is the opportunity for our kids to sell their market projects, both steers and lambs. So you'll want to stick around. Make sure that you get into the back and talk to the kids about what they're selling and what the opportunities are. And if you have any questions and are interested in purchasing anything for today, talk to your families, the kids that are trying to sell. And if you want any further assistance, please make sure that you talk to Amanda Sandy, Brad McDermott, Brody Gardner, and any one of the other volunteers. I'm sure Dustin Farr is happy to support you as well. So do make sure that you connect with those folks. And we're going to have a 7 o'clock sale, and we're excited to have Rose Hill Auction Service, Olds Auction Market, adjudicate that portion of the night. And of course, they are some of the greatest supporters of 4-H in the area, and we're very, very grateful for them. So ladies and gentlemen, have a great rest of your evening, and we'll see you all back here again, same time next year.